might be, but it'll be in the American League with Tampa Bay, and Mark Pryor has thrown the ball awfully well. Let's see tonight if he can turn around the fortunes of the Cubs at home.
So two marquee names will go head-to-head tonight. It's Lou Piniella leading his Devil Rays to town against Dusty Baker and the first-place Cubs. Starting lineups for interleague play number 1 right after this.
Sportsnet's coverage of Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. Chevy. Test drive a new Chevy car or truck today at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer. Comcast. Proud to be Chicagoland's new cable company. Heineken. It's all about the beer. Heineken. Walgreens. The pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Geico Direct. A 15-minute phone call could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Nobody makes whiskey like Jack Daniel's. Pennzoil. Protection for the way you drive. Pennzoil. We're driving protection. Your local area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Mike's Hard Lemonade. A hard Mike's is good to find. And by Southwest Airlines. More than 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country.
Oh, come on, let's get this guy. It's got to be over 100 degrees out there. You have any idea what that does to an engine?
Need a motor oil for hot temperatures? We developed one. Pennzoil Synthetic resists thinning to protect engines in hot summer conditions. Pennzoil, we're driving protection.
Now at Pep Boys, buy a case of Pennzoil motor oil and get a free can of Fix-A-Flat.
Ooh, look, it's the ball now.
Oh, I don't really do that anymore. It's not like I got that.
What insurance?
Aisle 5 under lingerie.
Price check.
Aflac. Ask about it if
Aflac.
No one will ever just remember your name. No one will instantly make you their hero. No one will automatically give you respect just because you show up. You have to earn it.
Comcast, proud to be Chicagoland's new cable company.
Ruth's called shot. The sweep in 32. The sweep in 38. It's been a long wait for payback. Until now. Sammy and the Cubs host Jeter and the Yankees in an interleague showdown 65 years in the making. Friday on Fox Sports Net.
It's a showdown in the desert. The White Sox big bats are ready for this interleague battle. But Luis Gonzalez and the Diamondbacks are geared up to get a victory in this matchup. White Sox, Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 8 on Fox Sports Net Plus.
Well, we're still waiting for the arrival of spring. It's a real chilly night again here in Chicago, a 53-degree evening with winds out of the northeast at 8 miles per hour. But Stonia franchise first. The Cubs will venture again into interleague play and take their first look at the very young, very inexperienced, and very low payrolled Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Well, fortunately tonight, the wind that's blowing straight in isn't blowing in all that hard. And the reason that it's a factor is Jeremi Gonzalez throws a lot of high fastballs. When he was with the Cubs, you might remember, he came in the league, he won 11 games, but he gave up a lot of fly balls, which over the long haul in this ballpark is going to hurt you. He's 2-1 this year, throwing the ball pretty well, but don't look for him to throw a lot of ground balls. He gives up fly balls and line drives, and let's see if the Cubs can take advantage of that tonight.
They need a few line drives, and they need a few home runs for Stoney on this homestand. The Cubs offensively have been stuck in dry dock. This is their longest homestand of the season, and with or without Sammy Sosa, the bats have not done much damage. They've got to tune it up quickly against Tampa Bay and not look past these guys and look ahead to the Yankees this weekend.
Well, another factor, Chip, the on-base percentage for the 6 games at home, where the Cubs record is 2-4, is a .228. Runs per game 2.3, and they've only hit 6 home runs in 6 games. So hopefully the offense can find the magic tonight behind Mark Pryor. It was Matt Clement who was supposed to start tonight. He was pushed back. Mark Pryor will start tonight, and that means he also will start against the New York Yankees, so he gets 2 more starts on this homestand.
And you talked about on-base percentage. In their last 161 innings of offense, the Cubs team has drawn a grand total of 40 walks. That is amazing. So to the mound goes Mark Prior tonight, seeking his 7th victory of the season, and of course his first look at this Tampa Bay lineup, which for Lou Piniella shapes up this way. Julio Lugo, the former Astro, leads off at shortstop. Marlon Anderson, the former Philly, bats and plays second. Rocco Baldelli might be the rookie of the year in the American League. He's in center. Aubrey Huff, a slugging right fielder, the cleanup man. Toby Hall behind the plate. Travis Lee, the former Philly and Diamondback, is at first. Damian Easley, last of Detroit, is at third base. Carl Crawford is in left. And of course, Jeremi Gonzalez, with the National League rules in place, will pitch and hit ninth.
There's a look at Mark Prior. Opponents hitting just .220 against him. He has more strikeouts than innings pitched. He's looking for his 7th win, and this his 12th start. And the Cubs lead Houston by 1 lone game. They're 14-13 at home, trying to take advantage of what for them is their longest homestand. They're just 2-4 so far, but 6 big games left. And they will look to the American League to try to put a little distance between themselves and Houston, St. Louis, and Cincinnati.
So Pryor's finished up with his warm-up tosses, and that'll bring up Julio Lugo, the shortstop released by the Houston Astros in early May after some domestic problems outside Minute Maid Park. Lugo has swung the bat well for Tampa Bay, and he's holding the fort until Ray Ordonez comes back from injury. Another player signed by Tampa Bay after being discarded by another major league ball club. Pryor at 6-2, ready to go to work on a chilly night in Chicago, and Lugo is set to go. And high and tight, ball 1.
Lugo was always a pretty good high fastball hitter, and despite the fact that he doesn't have a whole lot of power, he can put the bat on the ball.
He does there and flies to right. Easy play for Sammy. 2 pitches, 1 out here in the top half of our first inning.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defense and how they'll line up behind Mark Prior. And it's a Lou Patterson and Sosa left to right, with Martinez, Gonzalez, Grzelcyk, and Choi in the infield. Paul Bacco gets a start behind the plate, and Mark Prior on the hill.
Marlon Anderson, the former Philly, stands in. He's hitting .261 with a home run and 30 driven in. Remember, Tampa Bay, if you look at their overall team numbers, they're hitting .270 as a team. Were they a National League team at 4.3 runs per game, that would be respectable. Problem is they play in the American League East with Toronto, with Baltimore, the Yankees, and the Red Sox. So they are offensively challenged by American standards.
You did want to see Anderson get aboard because he's one of their best base runners, and Lou Piniella knows that he's got to run himself into a lot of runs because he doesn't have a whole lot of power. Anderson 8 for 8 in stolen bases. Crawford 13 out of 16. So that's primarily the running attack. And now we take our first look at Rocco Baldelli.
.336 his batting average. That's good for 4th in the American League. Where's number 5? They say he plays with a poise and grace reminiscent of the Yankee Clipper Joe DiMaggio. Talking with Lee Elia, the fine hitting coach with Tampa Bay, said this kid has an encyclopedic memory of how pitchers work him game to game, at bat to at bat, series to series, and that's something you can't teach.
Well, now we see Tim McClellan pointing out at center field, and I'm just wondering if someone is flashing a light or taking some pictures. I think that might be the case.
Anderson, a good lead over at first. 1 ball, 1 strike to Baldelli. That's back up the middle off Pryor's glove. And that'll be the only play the Cubs have as Gonzalez steps on the bag. Nice play by Anderson to force Mark to retreat to the bag.
That ball might have snuck up the middle for a base hit, but for the deflection, and Mark Grzelcyk knew there was only 1 play to make, and he got the out. Baldelli hits this ball hard, and Prior gets the glove up just in time. And again, you can't think about 2, you have to take 1, and now comes the only real power hitter in this lineup, Aubrey Huff.
He's the first Tampa Bay position player drafted to make it to the big leagues. He jumps at the first pitch he sees, and Alou in left. Makes the play to retire the side. No runs, one hit, one man left. Here come the Cubs against Jeremi Gonzalez.
Coach, I think you're going to love our improvements.
After working hard to improve America's cars and trucks, Chevy went to work on America's favorite pastime.
Some changes to the bag.
Every base has a cup holder.
Batter up!
Maybe we'll just stick to what we do best.
Good luck.
Go get them.
See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers today.
Stop crying, get up.
Being in real estate means I get to do what I do best. Talk. Nights, Saturdays, Saturday evenings, Sundays, Sunday brunch. I talk all the time. But I do listen. Singular is offering 5,000 night and weekend minutes plus 525 anytime rollover minutes starting at $39.99 per month. Buy one color phone and get a second one free. I like to call it the Don Cody Can I Interest You in a 2-Bedroom Condo plan. Come into Singular now to find the plan that fits you best.
Transmission problems? Why take it to your car dealer? Take it to the experts. AMCO. With over 700 locations, AMCO centers service more transmissions in a day than the average car dealer does in a year. For a job done right, guaranteed, at a price that's right, call 1-800-GO-AMCO.
Tampa Bay fails to score in the top half of the first, and Jeremi Gonzalez to the mound to face his former team, the Chicago Cubs, who line up this way. Mark Gonzalez leads off at second. Alex Gonzalez at shortstop. Corey Patterson in center field hits third. Then it's Sammy Sosa, Moises Alou, and Aesop Joy. Ramon Martinez at third base. Paul Bacco hits eighth, and Mark Fire, a real good hitting pitcher, will hit ninth.
There's a look at Jeremi Gonzalez. He throws a lot of high fastballs. He still has a big overhand curve. More effective from the windup than the stretch because he's easy to run on if you can put him in the stretch. So that's the scouting report on Jeremi. Looking for his third win. Opponents hitting just 145. So since coming back to the major leagues, he's thrown the ball awfully well. Don't look for a lot of ground balls. Hopefully the Cubs can turn fly balls and line drives into runs.
And put together a few big innings. Jeremi Gonzalez delivers a quick strike right down central, 0-1. Mark Gonzalez just 2 hits on the homestand. 2 hits in 22 tries. That batting average at .295. And out of play, 0-2.
You might remember Jeremi with the Cubs in 1997. In 1998, he was 11-9 in 97 with an ERA just over 4. In 98, he was 7-7 with an ERA just over 5.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Really a great story for Jeremi. 2 elbow surgeries, a knee surgery. Back in the big leagues. This time with Tampa Bay. He's thrown well for them. Lou Piniella was very excited about what Gonzalez has done as Gonzalez gets hit by a pitch leading off the game. So there's a mistake from Gonzalez. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And there's Uncle Lou in his first season at the helm of the Tampa Bay organization.
You can see this one just barely gets a piece of Gonzalez. And he winds up at first base. So the Cubs would like to turn this into an early run and put a little pressure on the Tampa Bay offense.
Alex Gonzalez with 5 homers and 21 driven in. He's hitting .250 on the season. And a big swing and a tip back to the screen. We'd like to welcome our affiliate, Microwave Cable Corporation, and their viewers in Bloomington, Illinois, to our opening matchup versus Tampa Bay.
This is not the best inner defense in the league. They do have a good throwing catcher, however, in Toby Hall, but he has a tendency to throw the ball away. He's made 6 errors.
No balls and a strike. That almost hit Alex on the way by. It's a Gonzalez versus Gonzalez matchup here in our first inning.
The double play combination of Lugo and Anderson just trying to learn one another yet. They haven't smoothed everything out. Ordonez much more of a slick fielder than Lugo.
Back to first is Mark. Wind continues to howl out of the northeast tonight. The weathermen keep promising that spring is close by, but so far they haven't been able to warm things up yet. 1-1 pitch, runner goes, got a good jump, and Alex fouls it away.
Gonzalez got a good jump, but then stopped. Somewhat surprisingly, stopped about 30 feet off the bag. So I'm not sure if that was the hit and run. That's the way it worked out, and we'll watch it again. Now he takes off, and then he just stops. I don't know what that is exactly, but the foul ball certainly helped. Gonzalez is slow to home plate, so he does give you a couple of extra steps.
2 strikes, driven down the right field line. Long run for Huff. He can't get there. That'll one hop on the track. Around second, Gonzalez. He'll stop at third. It's a double with nobody out for Corey Patterson to come up. Alex with his 15th two-base hit.
Normally what you love to see is a guy who will throw a ground ball in a situation like this, but you see the elevation of the pitch. And Alex takes this ball into the right field corner. Aubrey Huff can't get to it. He does make a pretty good relay throw, and Gonzalez knows he's going to easily go to third base. So the Cubs in business here in the first inning.
Good cut by Patterson, and that's fouled straight back. Corey hitting .313. Team high 11 home runs, a team high 42 driven in.
Tampa Bay not a real good road team. They're just 9-18 on the road.
We were talking with Lou Piniella before the game. If he can keep this team from losing 100 games, that's a remarkable accomplishment. Tampa Bay right now, the way their 25-man roster is set up, they're playing with a total team payroll of $13 million.
It's a very young team. It's a team that can't take on any money. And you can see what Uncle Lou has done. Now, he's a very good manager, and he left an exceptionally good baseball team in Seattle to go home and get this team at Tampa Bay. But what Lou says is he knew it would be difficult, but he said you just never get used to the losing. And that's what figured to happen when you move to a team that has New York, Boston, Toronto, Baltimore in their division.
Corey waves and misses on a pitch up and in. 2 on, 1 out. Here's Sammy. Sammy had a double in the 7th inning last time we met. Maybe that'll get his bat going.
They're going to concede the run in the infield if you can just make some contact. Corey was unable to do that, and hopefully Sammy can drive in at least his 25th run of the year. The arms in the outfield, just okay.
So Sosa digs in. Runners at second and third, and they miss up and in with ball 1. Sammy 6 hits away from 2,000 in his career. It seemed like in that last game against Houston, with every passing pitch, the timing looked better and better. Hopefully that'll come true here. That evens the count at a ball and a strike.
Jeremi Gonzalez throws a lot of fastballs inside to right-hand hitters. You've got to be ready for it in there. He'll throw the big overhand curve. A lot of times, especially early in the game, he'll hang it. But more times than not, when he throws a fastball, it's going to be tight.
1-1 pitch. Didn't get the call that time. 2 balls and a strike.
Baldelli's playing center. He's got tremendous speed, one of the fastest men in all of baseball, and Lou Piniella told us that they're going to shift him over to right field in the not too distant future and move Crawford to center.
Little tapper, and the count now 2-2, and then Lou feels like he's going to have a real good defensive outfield and one of the best offensive outfields, certainly with Baldelli being the anchor, but feel that the wear and tear of playing pillar to post and center field's wearing him down just a little bit.
Well, they want him to come back. They feel that eventually he can hit 30 home runs. They want him to go from 185 to perhaps 210, play a corner outfield, and then hit like a corner outfielder, which is hit for power.
2-2. Off his thumbs. If they need him to gain some weight, just have him become a sportscaster. That's the quickest way to put it on, I know.
That's the way to do it.
But he's a tremendous talent, and certainly for all the trouble that Tampa Bay has gone through, they've got some good players in their system where they've been picking of late. They're going to have their fair share of good players, and they have the #1 pick overall today, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. The 2-2 pitch is high, full count to Sammy with Alou waiting next.
Now Sammy has to make sure he swings at a strike here, because the tendency for Gonzalez with first base open is to throw something out of the strike zone and hope that an anxious Sosa swings and misses. He doesn't want any contact here.
3-2. Bouncing ball up the middle. A run's going to score. Anderson, the throw to first in time. That'll bring home Gonzalez. Gonzalez to third gives Sosa his 25th RBI and a broken bat, and the Cubs lead by 1 here in the first inning.
Well, Gonzalez's problem there was not worrying about fielding the ball, was making sure the bat doesn't get a piece of him. This one is out of the zone, and the head of the bat goes flying, and Sammy does make contact, does drive home the run, and the Cubs lead.
So out goes Hall now.
Well, this isn't
They're
good.
looking for a few more pieces of the lumber.
No, they're looking to see what's in the bat, and they want to see if what's in the bat is really the bat, or if there's anything in there that shouldn't be in there. And Chip, the only time I've seen something in there is if the bat is corked. Let's hope that it's just a spot that's rotten as opposed to a spot that's corked.
Tim McClellan,
that's why they're looking at it.
Checking out that piece of lumber. They found something in there. And let's see what the rest of the crew can discover here.
Well, on the coaching staff for Tampa Bay, they have Billy Hatcher, who had that happen to him, and it cost him 10 days for a suspension.
Now here comes Dusty Baker. They will examine what's left of the shattered bat. And quite obviously, if there's something inside there, they're going to toss Mr. Sosa. If, however, they determine that it's just a bad piece of lumber, he may escape further punishment.
This is a very interesting development. And the fans here are booing, but they want to make a determination just what's in the middle of that bat.
Well, you can guarantee that one way or another that bat's going to end up, I would imagine, at the league office for further statistical analysis. So you see the other umpire will take it to the umpire's room where Jimmy Farrell will stand guard.
What's going to be interesting here is the resolution of this situation, because they can stop the run. They can call Sammy out. They can send back the base runners if they feel that it is not a legal bat. Now, let's see what exactly is going to happen with this, and their meeting still.
Well, you know, Lou Pinella's asking for McClellan to toss Sosa here, and it doesn't appear that that's going to be the case, at least not for the moment. They have taken what's left of the bat to the umpire's room, which is right behind the Cubs dugout under the grandstand here. And apparently Sosa for now is still going to stay in the game.
Well, Gonzalez is coming back on the field. He was the man who scored.
So let's see, maybe that isn't going to be the case.
And I think what they can do, Chip, is they can call Sammy out, and the run then doesn't score. And then, of course, they will have an examination of what was in the bat. And we'll have, probably Robert Shapiro and F. Lee Bailey coming in to defend. Maybe Johnny Cochran.
So again, Tim McClellan, the busiest man in the ballpark right now, explaining the situation to the Tampa Bay infielders. And he's brought Gonzalez back out, so you could have again second and third. Sosa would be out number 2. The only other question then, if that's going to be the ruling, will Sammy remain in the game?
Tim McClellan was the guy that ruled that George Brett's bat had pine tar on it. And now we'll have to see just exactly what the determination and resolution of this is. But Gonzalez is back on the field. He was the man who scored on the ground ball to second. Now, as far as we know, they have just the handle of the bat. They don't have the barrel of the bat. And Gonzalez is going back to third. And Gonzalez is going back to second.
So
and I believe there's going to be 2 outs.
So it'll still be a ground ball out, 4-3 for Sosa?
I think the put out usually is given to the closest man to the play. In that case, it would be the catcher. 2 unassisted. That's how they work with interference. I'm not sure, Chip, what the ruling is. I do know that they'll take the run off the board.
Well, you know what else? Tim McClellan, too, was flipping his fingers around while he was talking to Dusty Baker. Maybe some of that extra pine tar apparently is still in the hands.
But it was something in the middle of the bat, not on the outside of the bat. So this will be real interesting.
So no run, no RBI. And we don't know if Sosa has been ejected from the game.
We really don't know anything right now. Sammy is standing there.
We'll get I'm sure Chuck Wasserstrom and Sharon Panazza will get a call shortly.
But there are 2 outs in the inning, and the Cubs don't have a run. We do know that.
So here's Halu.
And now Bob Rosenberg is checking on the play to see who gets the put out. I would assume that it would be the catcher, and that's what they were looking at. Now, Chip, I'm thinking from here, and of course we're a long way away. That probably is just rotten wood.
Yeah, we hope so. Fungus, mold of some sort.
There definitely, yes. And there is a fungal ruling that's in the book.
Popped up right side, and that's playable for Travis Lee. Well, we do know that Corky the Clown didn't judge the outcome of that first inning. A very suspicious bat and at-bat keeps this game scoreless after 1.
Southwest Airlines. More than 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country.
Some people don't realize how many nonstop flights Southwest offers, so we created this simple color-coded map to help. Baltimore to LA is red, Phoenix to Raleigh-Durham, blue, Chicago to Seattle, yellow, LA to Austin, canary yellow, Orlando to Albuquerque, teal, Las Vegas to Houston, aquamarine, Buffalo to Phoenix, beige umber, San Jose to Baltimore, pistachio, Oakland to Chicago, sea green, Albany to Orlando, puce, Tampa to St. Louis, pinkish, New Orleans to San Diego, kinda green.
You are now free to move about the country.
Counting down.
Measuring traffic congestion.
Here we go.
Tickets for the Red Boys now on sale. Call now. Pick up the phone. Call now.
One concert could generate hundreds of thousands of calls in an instant. At SBC, if we can handle hurricanes, floods, and earthquakes, we can handle the Rad Boys. Ready for anything.
Hello? Any more tickets?
SBC.
And counting. The 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra.
fans, with summer road construction, public transportation is a quick, convenient way to get you to the game. Take the train or bus, and the CTA takes you right to the gates of Wrigley Field. And remember, if you do drive, come early, enjoy batting practice, and take advantage of the early bird discount.
Well, Bob Rosenberg talked with Tim McClellan, and he said when the bat split, there was cork in the bat. That's what he's saying. That's why Sammy Sosa is ejected from the game. Troy O'Leary is now playing right field. Bob Rosenberg, the official score, is still trying to find out what the ruling is, who's going to get the put out. Seems to me it's two unassisted, but that will be something else that will have to go before the office of the commissioner and perhaps Bob Watson.
Yeah, well, we didn't see the bat. All we can do is go by what the umpire said. McClellan says Sosa was caught using a corked bat in the first inning. Take away an RBI. Take away a first inning run. And take Sosa out of this ball game. He is ejected for using the altered bat. Troy O'Leary is into play right. And Toby Hall, the catcher, leads off the second inning for Tampa Bay. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Hall. 4 homers, 18 runs batted in.
I've seen it a few times, Chip, and I've seen it. Greg Nettles had a super ball in his bat. That exploded, I believe, in the Astrodome. Billy Hatcher was another guy who was given a 10-day suspension for a cork.
If memory serves, he's on the Tampa Bay coaching staff.
He is on the Tampa Bay coaching staff, so he knows all about that.
That missed the outside corner to a man real tough to strike out. Toby Hall punches out about once every 17 at bats. Full count to him. There is Billy Hatcher. And there is a line drive up the middle for a base hit to the catchers. The second hit of the game for Tampa Bay, a leadoff single. And Travis Lee, an American League performer now, but a National League stalwart with Philadelphia and Arizona now standing in. More craziness at Wrigley Field tomorrow night and on Thursday afternoon. The Cubs and the Devil Rays in a 3-game series, but the headlines, a corked bat in the first ever matchup between these two franchises. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes to Travis Lee. And it never quite fulfilled the promise many held for him when he went to Arizona, nor in Philadelphia.
Well, he doesn't have great speed, and if he hits a ball on the ground, you can turn 2. And this was a guy that the Diamondbacks felt would be their first baseman for a long time. His rookie year was Kerry Wood's rookie year, 1998. Some felt that Travis Lee was going to be rookie of the year. As it turned out, he wasn't even the rookie first baseman of the year, because that was the rookie year of Todd Helton from Colorado.
Lee just 2 for his last 29. Line drive into center field. There's another base hit for Tampa Bay. Rounding second and stopping there is Toby Hall. 2 are on, none are out. And again, Bob Rosenberg, the busiest man in the ballpark, has announced the scoring on the Sosa at bat and its resolution.
And it stays at 4-3, but no runners can advance. Now, you might remember a situation where there was a bat in question at the old White Sox park, I believe.
Well, no way would anyone try to break into Jimmy Farrell's umpire's room. He's the man that taught Briggs Security how to run the show. He's down there, I'm sure. Here's Damian Easley, veteran performer for the Tigers. They let him go, and let him go with about 7 hefty bags full of cash.
Well, $14.3 million. It was the largest amount of money ever for a released player. And Easley had one gigantic year with Detroit where he drove in 100 runs. He's never been close to that since, but he certainly cashed in on a very big contract. Now he finds himself with Tampa Bay.
One ball, one strike. everybody out before a shocked crowd here at Wrigley Field. Foul back and out of play.
They're playing him a step toward right center field. And easily another one of those guys without a whole lot of speed. The Cubs would love to turn two. Crawford coming up next does have a lot of speed, and odds are they won't be able to double him.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Easily digs in. The runners lead at first and second for Tampa Bay. And he will stay alive. That's bounced over the Cubs dugout.
Well, it's a shame that the Cubs don't have a sign for Aesop Choi moving in behind Travis Lee at first base. Because with his secondary lead, if you throw a fastball outside and Troy goes behind him, you can pick him off easily. He's taking a very big lead, getting a good secondary lead, and ahead 1 and 2. It's a pretty good time to do it.
Snap throw to second. It was to the second base side of the bag.
Right idea, just wrong base runner, because the secondary lead by Hall wasn't near as big as the secondary lead by Lee. All that does is maybe shorten up the lead and allow you on a base hit to maybe throw him out. Throws on the first base side of second, and Hall does a good job of going to the back of the bag. That makes the tag a little bit longer for Gonzalez.
Here's Carl Crawford. Crawford, a real good base stealer, but really slumping at the plate. Just 3 hits in his last 20 at bats.
Well, this is a guy that's going to move to center field every day, and he does have blazing speed. Kind of surprising he would even think about a bunt with Gonzalez up next, but he was obviously bunting for a hit.
That one pops away. Bacco can't find it. Everybody moves up 90 feet. All to third, lead a second. That takes away the double play chance.
That's the 5th wild pitch of the year for Mark Pryor. And now Paul Bacco is going out to talk with Pryor. We'll take another look at it as this slider winds up way in front of the plate. No chance for Bacco to get his body in front of it. And now Bob Rosenberg gives his official blessing on the wild pitch. So it moves up each runner 90 feet.
1 ball, 1 strike. Cue ball off McClellan, the umpire. And it's 1-2. Speaking of Jimmy Farrell, he became a great-grandfather today. Connor Farrell, youngster, 9 pounds 4 ounces, born today. So congratulations to the entire Farrell family. Jimmy, make sure nobody gets in that umpire's room downstairs after our first inning hijinks. Fisted over third. That's going to drop for a hit. 1 run scores. Travis Lee, slow of foot, will be able to come home. It is 2-0 Tampa Bay on a Carl Crawford base hit to left.
Well, that shows you just exactly what the wild pitch did, because there's a real good chance that wouldn't have even scored 1 run if the runners were at first and second. With runners at second and third, they score easily, and the Cubs trail by a pair. Crawford takes this one inside out. RBI 16 and 17, and the Devil Rays are on the board.
Here's Jeremi Gonzalez. He's no stranger to swinging the bat. 139 his average. He'll look to bunt. And Pryor delivers a quick strike. 4 Tampa Bay hits, 3 of them in this inning. There is going to be a hearing with regards to this situation with Sosa. The question I have for you is, when will it be?
Well, first of all, they'll make a determination on just what's in there, and second of all, they will then have the hearing, and it's going to be fairly quickly. However, you do get an appeal with whatever's going on. So I don't know. I can't tell you when the hearing.
All I can say is, I mean, if McClellan thinks it's corked, then it is until it's not. Because he's thrown Sosa out of the ballgame.
Yes, he has.
And obviously, we've spoken at length about the attendance woes and the interest woes that baseball is having in this game. One shudders to think the ramifications of a hearing involving Sosa's ability to perform against the New York Yankees this weekend.
First of all, you can have whatever ruling you want, but then the player always gets an appeal. So it's not going to affect, I don't believe, anything that happens this weekend. Nothing happens that quickly in baseball.
That's popped up to Choi. Gonzalez, a very poor bunt. And that takes care of Gonzalez. 2 men are out, and back to the top we go, and Julio Lugo will bat for the second time.
1994, Albert Bell, in a similar situation, was given 7 games for what was then said a cork bat. However, the bat mysteriously disappeared, and I guess they were never able to make that final determination. Nonetheless, he did get the 7 games. And bear in mind, it really doesn't matter whose bat it is, because one of the things Billy Hatcher said, it was Dave Smith's bat.
Yeah,
but that's irrelevant.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. Throw to second is not in time. Sliding in safely is Crawford with his 14th steal in 17 tries. Again, we mentioned, as our show tipped off tonight, Tampa Bay tries to score in unconventional ways, especially for American League teams. They try to run as much as they can.
Well, they have to, and their best base stealer is a man that just stole the 14th base, Carl Crawford.
So Lugo with a chance to drive in a run, and Pryor misses outside. 1-1. We told you this Tampa Bay team, despite a losing record, they play in the American League. They play with the designated hitter, yes, but they've got some guys that can put the bat on the baseball.
And Lou Piniella has them playing hard, and that's all you can really ask for. This is a team that certainly is out-talented in their own division, but they always hustle. And to give you some sort of an idea about what the Tampa Bay team has done, Lou told us that in the 21 wins, he can't remember one where the margin of victory was over 2 runs. So for the American League, they don't score a lot, and they're involved in a lot of close games.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Crawford out at second. Tampa Bay with 2 here in the second inning. And the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes with Marlon Anderson waiting on deck. That's out of play. Again, tickets available for tomorrow night's game. Second game of this series. Also on Thursday afternoon. Weather should improve as each passing hour goes by. Thursday, it's Ryne Sandberg autograph baseball day at the ballpark. And after the Yankees series, our next home set will feature the White Sox. You can get Cubs tickets at Cubs.com for the broadest selection of Cubs merchandise. Cubs.com, the official site of wearing your heart on your sleeve, cap, pullover, and a whole lot more.
Well, Mark Pryor wanted this inning to end with Lugo, because now you have to face Anderson, who's a little tougher hitter, especially against a right-hand pitcher. They do have a lot of speed on the base paths.
Here's Anderson. 2 on, 2 in, 2 out in the second. High fly ball twisting toward Alu in left. Moises should make the grab, and that'll retire the side. Big inning for Tampa Bay. They lead by 2 entering the bottom half of the second.
The Hyundai Sonata, ranked most appealing entry midsize car. More standard features than a Toyota Camry LE, including a V6 engine. All for over $2,400 less when comparably equipped. Add in America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and you win. Test drive the Hyundai Sonata starting at just $15,539 at your Hyundai dealer. Hurry in and get a 2003 Sonata with $1,000 cash back or 0% APR at your local Hyundai dealer.
Come on, Cupcake, you can do it.
Come on, tough guy.
Pop my baby, come on. We're almost there.
Size that thing.
Dude, grab me a mic. There's a
Nothing but a fish and empty bottles in here.
When you're fishing for refreshment, a hard Mike's is good to find.
Make it Mike's.
The new 2004 Pontiac Grand Prix. The most powerful, best handling, best performing sports sedan in its class. Chicagoland, it's a rush, hour after hour. Introducing the 2004 Pontiac Grand Prix GTP Comp G, the best performing sports sedan in its class and test certified by the SCCA. See your dealer for a test drive. At your Chicagoland Pontiac dealer.
Well, you remember the Pine Tar incident, don't you? At Yankee Stadium, Kansas City, and George Brett. Big home run, July 24th. That's Lou Piniella right there, by the way. And Tim McClellan. Says, see you later. And Brett went nuts.
I would say going nuts is an apt description. And the rule that covers that situation in the rule book is 606D, as in David. And that's how they enforce it.
Ground ball by Hee-Sop Choi leading off our second inning. And he is quickly retired for out number 1.
The second paragraph said no advancement on the bases will be allowed, and any out or outs made during the play shall stand. That's if the batter uses or attempts to use a bat in the umpire's judgment has been altered or tampered with in such a way to improve the distance factor, and then it goes on from there.
Here's Ramon Martinez. He looks at a strike. Well, certainly after every game, the umpires make a written report to the league office as to any strange characteristics or things that took place during the course of a game. This is going to be the headline report made to Bob Watson. They'll get tapes of the game. They'll get the bat itself. There'll be investigation.
I would say it'll make headlines a few places besides the game report.
Well, we're getting emails from our colleagues all across the country, shocked and dismayed. Did Sammy Sosa really used a cork bat? And
well, Andy is reading 606D also, and he's on the phone explaining it.
Martinez pops that ball up back toward the screen, and it is playable for Toby Hall. 2 up, 2 down. Well, how'd you like to be a Walgreens celebrity bat kid at Wrigley Field this summer?
I'd like it.
You can go to walgreens.com/batkids for complete details, and you don't have to come from the county of Cork. Here's Paul Bacco. 2 outs, bases clear.
Does it come with a scholarship or anything like that?
For you, yeah. I mean, as often as you're there, I'm surprised you don't own stock. Which aisle's your favorite? Out back out of play. No balls and a strike to Bacco. We'll talk to Dusty Baker at the end of our ball game, as we always do here on Fox, and certainly that's going to be an interesting question when we ask what did Tim McClellan say to him when he was shown the splintered bat.
It's pretty easy to figure out. Hey, Dusty, it's corked. Yeah. He's gone.
There wasn't much of an argument.
And we'll talk about the rest later. Take the run back off the board. Grzelcyk, you come back out. And that was pretty much it.
And for those of you who are wondering what a corked bat is and why a player would use one, very simply, you hollow out the middle of the bat, fill it with cork, which is lighter than the ash or the maple or whatever the wood is, and then cover the hole.
And the ball goes further.
It gives you more bat speed, and the ball travels much farther. And obviously, the reward is, if you make contact, potentially you're going to hit the ball a lot harder and a lot farther.
Well, in that situation, if it wasn't corked, it would have gone to the pitcher instead of the second baseman. So
right.
That's
ordinarily
doesn't help you much on ground balls.
And the risk is obviously what has transpired. And this isn't the first case. It probably won't be the last case in the history of the game. 3-2 to Rocco. Line drive center field. Baldelli on the run. Look at him fly, and he can't catch up. Rocco on his way to second base with a 2-out double into straightaway center field. His second 2-base hit of the year.
That ball hit awfully hard, and this is Rocco Baldelli's first look at Wrigley Field, and even with the wind blowing in, that one just rocketed over his head. This fastball out over the plate, and Rocco hits it awfully hard. No chance really to get that one, so Mark Pryor now with a chance to cut the lead in half.
And Mark, as you know, a terrific hitter, batting .323 on the season, with a home run and 5 driven in. 2-0 Tampa Bay here in our second inning. Little ground ball back to Jeremi Gonzalez, and the second inning is in the books. 2-0 Tampa Bay as we go to the top of the third.
G35, 260 horsepower, sport tuned suspension, Motor Trend 2003 Car of the Year. A dream to drive. The Infiniti G35.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Why is Shooter's Chicagoland's favorite buffet? For one, light eaters really appreciate the incredible salad bar, fresh pasta salads, delicious fish, and stir fry. Meat eaters go wild for Shooter's freshly sliced meats, chicken, and dozens of side dishes. Kids get to eat all of their favorite foods. Singles, couples, and families of all sizes love Shooter's buffet. Whether you're a light eater or have a hearty appetite, Shooter's is the affordable choice every day of the week. Harwood Heights, Homewood, and Glendale Heights.
Hey, I bought my car at Jacob's Twin, too.
Oh, yeah, I gotta tell you, I love the selection. They have, like, thousands of cars in one place. I know. There was Buick, Pontiac, Ford.
And don't forget Honda, Mazda, and Hyundai, too. And used cars, forget about it. I had over 300 to choose from.
I'm telling you, I think they have the lowest prices anywhere.
You always win at Jacob's Twin.
I drive a car from Jacob's Twin, too, but I'm Jeff Jacobs.
Hey!
Back here at Wrigley Field, it's 2-0. The Cubs trail the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. And don't forget, Friday, it's the Cubs and the Yankees. An event 65 years in the making. At 1:30, join us for Game 1 of that big 3-game weekend series here at Wrigley Field on Fox Sports Net. Chip Carey, Steve Stone back at the ballpark, and it's always a treat to be joined by one of the busiest men in the organization this time of year, John Stockstill, our Director of Scouting, here to talk about the first several rounds of the amateur draft. John, congratulations on what apparently has been a very successful selection process today.
Well, we're very happy with the process. Of course, we always say today that every scouting director and scouting staff's happy because they get the picks that they want. So we got several players that we were able to select that we wanted when we went into the draft.
Couldn't believe the guy was still there when it was our turn to pick, which is pretty much what everybody is saying at this point.
Yeah, he looked like he might go 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there. Obviously, I think Tampa had flown him in just a couple days ago and worked him out there, and so we're happy he was there.
Lou Piniella told us that he saw the workout, and he said that it was unbelievable. We're talking about Ryan Harvey, number 6, the first-round draft choice of the Cubs, and he said this guy made our ballpark look small. He had prodigious power to all 3 fields, and he said, quite frankly, it was very impressive, but their pick was the number 1 pick, and they took Delman Young, the brother of Dimitri Young.
Delman's a very fine player. We liked him a lot. He has a lot of power, good pure hitter, a good athlete, much like Ryan. Ryan is a rare raw power person that would hit him out on the streets here consistently in batting practice. When you watch his batting practice, when you go the other way and up the middle, the first time I saw him, all of those were out of the ballpark in batting practice. When you try to hit and run, you hit it over the scoreboard in right center. So we were very impressed.
Well, why didn't the Cubs have a second-round draft choice? I think a lot of fans would like to know that.
Well, in general, when you sign certain level free agents, you'll lose either a first-round pick. If you don't pick in the top 15, you'll lose a first-round pick or a second-round pick. So when we signed, I believe it was Remlinger, we lost the second-round pick to Atlanta. So our picks were 6 and 73, I believe.
John, anytime you draft a high school player and anytime you draft as high in the first round as the Cubs did draft this year, the question that not only the Cubs have to be asked, every team drafting early in the draft, signability. Do you foresee signability being an issue now?
We do not. First of all, we think Ryan, we were a team that Ryan wanted to play for. As I've been fortunate in the young man pitching here tonight, had a desire to play for us, and we were fortunate that he got to us when we picked. So we find that a lot of players do want to play with the Chicago Cubs. We think Ryan's that same type of player. Obviously, it's going to take some time to get him signed, but we don't think there's going to be any problem.
Tell us about some of the other players that you drafted in the later rounds this afternoon.
Well, third round and going on down, we took a couple of catchers, Fox and Richie, both college, good numbers, strong defensive catchers. That's kind of a weakness that we've had in the organization as far as our developing a catcher. It's been several years. I think we were talking earlier all the way back to Rick Wilkins since we've actually developed one. So we're making an effort. Last year we drafted several catchers, but these two young men were available. We felt they were both solid and had a lot of discussion over the last 2 days trying to find a couple catchers.
How many rounds did you complete today, and how many will you go through tomorrow?
20 rounds. We'll go through another 30 tomorrow, and we'll probably pick through all 50 rounds.
Wow. Busy couple days.
Yeah, but it's enjoyable. We have a great staff, and all of our guys did a great job, and hopefully in 5 years we'll see some of the results, if not sooner, on a couple of them.
And I'm sure you would be happy to say to our fans, hopefully this is the last time you pick as high as 6th for a while.
Yes, I would. I think we've been successful picking when you go back to Wood and Patterson and of course Mark Pryor, but we just assumed we'd pick in 30.
No balls and a strike to Toby Hall. That one's popped up to the right side, and Hee-Sop Choi in position to make that play. And John, congratulations. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us, and good luck tomorrow. Go pick some more great players for the Cubs.
Thank you.
John Stockstill, our director of scouting. It's 2-0 Tampa Bay here in the third.
I just got a great deal on the cutest thing I've tried on in a long time.
Don't tell me. You got a new Ford Escape.
Okay, how did you know?
Because all you've been talking about is the 200 horsepower V6 engine, the free moonroof, the smooth car-like ride, and all the hot colors it comes in.
Okay, but I had to get it now. With a choice of 0% or $1,500 cash back, I knew it wouldn't last.
Can I try it on?
Okay, but you're gonna want one. It's the perfect size for your life.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. These women did.
We're here in this auto graveyard to demonstrate New Finish, the once-a-year car polish.
Simply wipe it on, wipe it off. No rubbing, no buffing. New Finish restored a deep, hard shine even to this weather-beaten car. We polished this car with New Finish and ran it through 52 car washes. Even after heavy-duty detergents and powerful scrubbing, the water still beads. New Finish.
Top-rated New Finish, available at Rite Aid, Pep Boys, Ace, AutoZone, Walgreens, Kmart, and other leading stores.
Madre de Dios, where civilization ends, and you can enjoy solitude like no other place on earth, because Madre de Dios is uninhabitable.
Are you tough enough to drive a Tacoma?
Show that takes you inside the world of extreme sports each and every weeknight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 weeknights on Fox Sports Net.
Some critics are calling the best sports show period a 2-hour frat party with irreverent skits, insightful interviews, and sharp locker room banter. Tonight, Don Cherry, hockey analyst, Bert Blyleven, with 287 career wins, by the way, and not in the Hall of Fame, which should be rectified. They'll be the guest tonight after the postgame on Fox Sports Net. Mark Gonzalez swings at the first pitch of our third inning and rolls out for out number 1, and Alex Gonzalez will be the hitter.
Damian Easley made a very good play. He backhanded that ball over toward the line and threw it across easily. You know, the Cubs are facing a guy that has only had 3 previous starts and had walked 11 in 18 innings. But they're not giving him a chance to walk too many because they're up there swinging the bat.
Well, I mentioned that statistic, and when we showed you our graphic about the on-base percentage, the Cubs getting on base 23% of the time in this homestand. Tough to score when A, you're not hitting home runs, and B, no one's on base in the first place.
The runners at second and third in the first inning with nobody out. They're conceding the run.
Right.
And unfortunately, Corey didn't make any contact, and then the incident with the corked bat that would have scored the run but didn't. But the Cubs are not taking advantage of the opportunities they have. And if you don't draw walks, you're not going to have big rallies because odds are you're not going to get 5 or 6 hits in an inning.
So 40 Cub walks in the last 163 innings. That sums it up. 1-2 to Alex. And he gets hit by a pitch. Gonzalez's game plan simple. He's trying to get the ball up and in to the Cub hitters, and he's hit 2 of them now. Second hit batsman of the night for Gonzalez.
This is what Jeremi has always done, and that is sail the fastball inside. He pitches inside so he can establish his breaking ball away. But twice now he's put Cubs on base, although they haven't come back to haunt him.
Corey struck out in that first inning. And Alex a lead over at first base. It's 2-0 Tampa Bay. All their offense in the second. And that's a ground ball. Slowly hit to the shortstop. Second base one. No chance to get Patterson at first. Good hard slide by Alex to destroy any chance of Tampa completing the double play. And Patterson at first with 2 outs for Troy O'Leary.
Most second basemen like to come from sidearm and some from down under trying to make the man get down. Watch Anderson. He goes straight over the top, gets the throw off, but no chance to get Corey, who swung at the first pitch and grounded it weakly to short. So now Troy O'Leary with his first at bat of the night in the spot vacated by Sammy Sosa. You'd have to figure that Corey's going to be running. Even though Toby Hall has a good strong arm, Gonzalez is very slow to the plate. It would be astounding if they throw him out even on a pitch out. But if I'm sweet Lou Piniella, I think I pitch out on first pitch as Hall looks over into the dugout.
Well, he said, did Piniella, his team's playing hard. They're doing the best they can considering the circumstances they find themselves. Patterson leaning, not going, and O'Leary pushes a bunt down the third base line. Not a bad idea, but he couldn't keep it in fair ground. No balls and a strike.
Would have been a good idea because Easley was back at third, and if you get this ball on the grass, it's a base hit. And what we did was we asked Lou Piniella if they call pitches or situations from the bench, and he said no. Just about every inning, John McLaren, who's the bench coach, meets with Toby Hall, and they talk about the 4 or 5 hitters that might come to bat in the ensuing inning, and they talk about how they want to work all of them. So they know it's a work in progress. They know with a young catcher and a young pitcher and a whole lot of young players, you're going to have to do a lot more teaching than you normally would do.
And he's got a very good staff to do that. Lee Elia, John McLaren, Chris Bosio in his first season as the pitching coach was a real bulldog performer, you'll recall, with Milwaukee and then Seattle. Threw a no-hitter with the Mariners when Lou Piniella was in his early days as the manager up in Seattle. It's just going to take time and unfortunately a lot of dollars, which the latter of which Tampa Bay does not have an abundance of. Time called as Hall wants to talk it over with Gonzalez here.
Well, Jeremi Gonzalez did something on the last pitch that was a mistake that a lot of pitchers will make. When their catcher calls a pitch out, they want a quick pitch. If you quick pitch a base runner, he knows that something is happening and he probably won't be able to get a jump anyway, so he just stands there. And so you call your pitch out, the pitcher quick pitches and nobody runs. You're supposed to take the same move that you normally would to home plate, then use the pitch out, and then maybe you'll have the guy run into that pitch out. So now meeting at the mound, and they've got it all clarified. I think one of the things that they're talking about is not to worry so much about Corey Patterson. If he's going to go, he'll go. Just make sure that you make a good pitch to O'Leary. You don't want to see this thing tied up because you're worried about a stolen base.
Way outside to O'Leary, 2 balls and a strike.
Well, now if you want to run, this is the pitch, because you're not going to see a pitch out 2-1. If you're Corey Patterson, watch the move at first.
He's going. Good jump, and O'Leary lines it away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Shocking night at Wrigley Field. First and foremost, Tampa Bay winning this game against Mark Pryor. Secondly, Sammy Sosa ejected for using a corked bat. And I think a lot of folks are real disappointed in that turn of events. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner again starts and stops. O'Leary lines it to left. Crawford, long run, can't get there. He'll play it on a hop, and he holds Patterson at second. 2 men on with 2 outs for Alou.
Well, Crawford has great speed, and it comes in handy not only on the base paths, but he got to that ball more quickly than most left fielders. Normally with 2 outs, you figure Corey Patterson's going to wind up at third. All he could do is go to second, and that changes this situation quite a bit. You get to third, and on a short wild pitch or a short pass ball, you can score. This way, it's got to be an error or a base hit that scores you.
Boyce has popped up his first time. Let's see if he can pop one deep and turn the game around with 1 swing. Second time through the order for the Cubs against Jeremi Gonzalez. Big swing and a miss. Strike 1.
Well, the Cubs should figure out by now that when Gonzalez goes to the fastball to the right-hand hitters, more times than not he's going to go inside. And Damian Easley is a couple steps off the line. There is some room to get it between him and the bag.
No balls, 1 strike. Line down the left field line, but that's well out of play, and he's in a 2-strike hole. In the other baseball, Toronto playing very, very well. They're just 2 games off the pace in the AL East. They're beating St. Louis 2-0 after 4 tonight. Baltimore and the Astros are tied 1-1 at Minute Maid Park. The Yankees are in Cincinnati, and the Reds have just tied them up 3-3 after 6 at the Great American Ballpark. Yankees here over the weekend. The 0-2 pitch popped up again and again to the right side. That'll be easy for Travis Lee, and the Cubs strand 2 more men in our 3rd inning. 5 in total for the game. Cub offense continues its mighty struggle tonight.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 8 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore Washington International, maybe this will. Now you can fly to BWI for just $79 each way.
You are now free to move about the country.
What is this, some kind of joke? I don't get it.
With a spacious cabin, an available DVD entertainment system, and a powerful 4.7-liter V8 engine, the Lexus GX is an adventure in luxury. See your Chicago area Lexus dealer.
Ruth's called shot. The sweep in 32. The sweep in 38. It's been a long wait for payback. Until now. Sammy and the Cubs host Jeter and the Yankees in an interleague showdown 65 years in the making. Friday on Fox Sportsnet.
Travis Lee leads off the 4th inning for Tampa Bay. He singled and later scored their 2nd run in the 2nd against Mark Pryor here tonight. Got a ground ball to Choi at first. Easy play. 1 down. Time to cue the duck. Time for our Aflac trivia question here tonight. Can you name the 3 players who hit grand slams in a 22-7 Cubs win over Houston in 1987? 1987. Cubs hit 2 of them. Houston hit 1 of them.
Well, Andre Dawson was the MVP, so I'll name him.
All right.
And despite the fact that they scored 22 runs, it was not a particularly successful year for the battling Cubbies, as they finished last with Andre as the MVP.
Easley struck out his first time up before Crawford dumped a single to left.
We'd like to thank Jimmy Banos, the chef proprietor from Heaven on 7, for delivering some wonderful pre-game snacks. Very good food there. Thanks, Jimmy. We really appreciate it.
So cue the crawfish as well as the duck here in the 4th inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Easley. And he waves and misses badly. Baco will throw him out. And there are 2 away for the villain Crawford.
We can't hold you in suspense any longer, so we're going to give you the answer. The duck going the other way. And here's the answer. Ryan Dayette, Keith Moreland, and the ever-present Billy Hatcher.
Did anybody check his bat?
Not that day, no, but it was to happen a little bit after that.
Funny thing about an incident like that, and in sports you are guilty until proven innocent, but for all intents and purposes this is not American jurisprudence at work. But this is something that's going to stick with Sosa now the rest of his career. Wherever he goes, it's going to be brought up in his major league career. And that's most unfortunate for a man who's really become an icon, not just in the game of baseball, certainly in the city of Chicago, but everywhere he goes. Fair or unfair, this is now going to be part of his baseball resume.
Well, he's not the first. He won't be the last. And he will serve whatever the penance is and then move on, as everyone before him who was caught in that same situation did.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Crawford, and the count runs full to him.
Don't forget, Chip, we have some folks in the Hall of Fame who have been known to stretch the rules a touch, i.e. Gaylord Perry. And it's not like golf.
Ground ball. It's not a game of honor. There's the great speed of Crawford. He legs out at infield, hit his 2nd of the night, and that brings the pitcher up here in the 4th inning. Speed never slumps in Tampa Bay, a team that you'll recall plays on the artificial surface, takes advantage of the thick grass here with Crawford outrunning the baseball.
Crawford has tremendous speed, and Alex just doesn't get rid of the ball quickly enough. I don't think he realized how fast Crawford was. Now watch it again and watch how long he takes to get rid of the ball. Look at Gonzalez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. And with a guy that runs like that, you don't have any chance to get him.
I think he thought it was Carl Crawfish, not Crawford, flying down the line.
He was flying down the line. He's one of those guys that probably goes under 4 to first base from the left side.
2nd round pick at Tampa Bay in the '99 draft is Carl Crawford.
And unlike some managers who might not have experience when they go to interleague play, Lou Piniella, you might remember, went wire to wire with the Cincinnati Reds in 1990. So he's very familiar with managing in the National League.
He had the Nasty Boys back then. And some thought he would be the manager of the New York Mets this year. Not Tampa Bay, but he wanted to go home. In fact, the Mariners said, if you want to leave, you can go home. And that's it. Fourth inning in the books. Tampa Bay leads by 2.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
The world is full of individuals with their own personalities, their own quirks, their own fingerprints. They cannot be put in a box. Why should they drive one? The V6 Nissan Altima.
Rejuvenate your 75,000-mile engine with Pennzoil High Mileage Vehicle. The motor oil specially formulated for the needs of your older, wiser vehicle. Pennzoil, we're driving protection.
Now at Pep Boys, buy a case of Pennzoil motor oil and get a free can of Fix-A-Flat.
It's a showdown in the desert. The White Sox big bats are ready for this interleague battle. But Luis Gonzalez and the Diamondbacks are geared up to get a victory in this matchup. White Sox, Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 8 on Fox Sports Net Plus.
Be one of the first 10,000 adults 21 and older on Sunday, June 8th, and get a Cubs 1938 baseball cap courtesy of Old Style. The Cubs take on the Yankees at 7:05 Sunday night. For tickets, call 800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com. Aesop Choi to work. The Cubs just 3 hits again tonight, Steve.
Well, this should be a good matchup for Aesop Choi because Gonzalez is really not a trickster. He's going to try to throw the fastball by. His curveball is okay, but not great. Let's see if Aesop hits it well. Now he's cutting the fastball somewhat. It looks a little like a slider that he tries to get inside, but Choi's got to learn what pitchers are going to do with him and what the scouting report is. And it's pretty easy with most pitchers. They automatically went inside on Aesop Choi, but he's been laying off that inside pitch lately.
2 balls and a strike. Bases clear. 2-0 Tampa Bay. Ground ball right side. Anderson ranging from the right field. Grass can't make the play. Choi with good speed legs it out. And he's aboard, leading off our 4th inning.
I think everybody is surprised at how well Aesop Choi runs. And that was a case of the ball hitting the grass and maybe sliding a little bit on Marlon Anderson. You see exactly what happened. It flattened out, and staying with the ball, Anderson did a good job. Now, bear in mind, he's familiar with this field because he played with Philadelphia. But Aesop Choi, for a guy 6'5", 250, gets down the line real well, and he legs out a base hit. So this is an inning for the Cubs to try to take advantage of getting the leadoff man aboard.
Here's Martinez. He popped to the catcher. Remember, Craig Biggio told us that second base here, the toughest to play because where the grass meets the dirt, there's a lip, and the ball will sometimes hug that grass and actually go down.
Well, that's what happened, but he stayed with it. He made a real good play, but couldn't throw him out.
1 ball, no strikes. 2-0 Tampa Bay, and that one good enough to even the count. How about Arizona, Stoney? Can't get any luck at all. They're hosting the White Sox tonight. They learned Curt Schilling has a broken right hand. He was hit in the hand twice on Friday in San Diego on balls hit back through the middle. Runner goes, foul ball.
Well, they moved his start back because he was experiencing some soreness. And now they're going to have their big 2, Schilling and Johnson, on the disabled list at the same time. Now the Cubs are going to figure out that when Jeremi Gonzalez throws his fastball, it's almost exclusively inside. And hopefully they will either open up quickly or find some way to stop from getting jammed.
Foul past Wendell Kim, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Been a long road back for Jeremi Gonzalez. He tried it with the Texas Rangers after the Cubs. It didn't work out there. It has worked out with Tampa Bay. And as you can see with Tampa, he's been a pretty good pitcher. So you have to award his persistence.
High hopper to third. They'll try to get 1 at second, and that's what they'll get. Nice play over there by Easley. Anderson with a good stretch at second. That forces Choi. Rocco will hit with 1 on, 1 out.
Damian Easley playing third base over here with Tampa Bay makes a very good play.
Well, Lou told us before the game they play 6 games a week. They'll have 4 or 5 games where they play really well. Then they'll have 1 real bad game.
But more times than not, they're in just about every game. They just don't have the talent to go to the next level. And you would think with the type of payroll they have and the fact that they can't take any money, and Chip, every time a player gets released from somewhere, he winds up at least passing through Tampa Bay.
Sure.
Now they ate a big contract in Greg Vaughn, but they knew he wouldn't be part of the building process, so they let him go. And they knew Detroit was playing easily, so they picked him up. They got a guy who at one point was good enough to get in excess of $7 million a year, and they got him for the major league minimum, so this wasn't much of a gamble for them. And they've got a couple of good young players. They've got to depend on their farm system. And they got the #1 pick overall this year, Dimitri Young's brother.
2-0 the count. Rocco looks at that outside. Somewhat interesting too, Stoney, for a team that does not spend much major league money on players. Their first 6 picks were high school players.
Well, that's somewhat surprising because they're not going to get a whole lot of help from 6 high school players.
3-0 the count. He's taking all the way. 3 balls and 1 strike.
However, everybody said that Delman Young was as good a hitter as there was in the draft, and the decision was either Ricky Weeks, who went second, and that was to the Brewers, or Delman Young, and they went with the high school kid instead of the college kid.
Another pop-up on a 3-1 pitch this time. Who wants it? It'll be the shortstop, Julio Lugo. Runner at first, 2 outs, and it's up to Pryor to keep the 4th inning alive. Cubs have yet to take a walk. They've had 2 hit batsmen. They've registered 4 hits. Pryor rolled out to Gonzalez to end the Cubs' second. 2-0 Tampa Bay, the lead here in the 4th inning. Seattle's in Philadelphia for the first time tonight. The Mariners beating the Phillies 4-0. Go to the 8th inning in Cincinnati. 3-3 Reds and Yankees.
George Steinbrenner bemoaning the fact that maybe his schedule wasn't as soft in interleague play than some of the other clubs. He was talking about having to go to Cincinnati, having to come here to Wrigley Field. What George didn't realize was the schedule was made a year and a half ago, and maybe Cincinnati and the Cubs weren't quite as good at that point. It didn't look quite as tough as it looks now, but that's just the luck of the draw. I don't think it's a grand conspiracy against George.
Nobody seems to hear him complain when he gets to go to Tampa Bay 17 times a year. Pryor strikes out, and the side retired. 2-0 Devil Rays. The top of their order comes out in the 5th.
There's a place where driver's education is everyone's favorite subject. The Saab Aero Academy. 2 days of high-performance driving instruction with every new turbocharged Saab 9.5 Aero. This is the state of independence. And here, tuition is included.
Get ready for Delta Sonic's Kissing Clean experience. The safest touchless car wash, the cleanest car inside and out, the guaranteed lowest gas price, and your favorite drinks and snacks. Now experience Delta Sonic's biggest sale of the year, just in time for Father's Day. Buy 4 car washes and get 2 free. That's right, buy 4 washes and get 2 free. It's the best Delta Sonic car wash deal ever, and a great gift for the best dad ever.
Need to blend in? Get smart. Get supplied. You need camouflage. Get yours at Military and Police Supply. We have camouflage of all forms, colors, and shades, and for all occasions. Shopping to be invisible is fun. Our merchandise fits the big boys and small fry. And don't leave without buying a t-shirt. We have racks of them. Finding a keeper won't take long. Located at 7351 West Madison and Forest Park, minutes from the Eisenhower from the city or suburbs. Dial 312 surplus for weekly specials and closeout. Supplying authority for over 25 great years. Military and Police Supply. Thanks for the business.
Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 8 on Fox Sports Net Plus.
I'm Gail Fisher inside the Fox Sports Net studios with this Pontiac in-game update. And more bad news for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Ace pitcher Kurt Schilling has a broken right hand. Schilling was injured when he was hit in the hand last Friday in San Diego. An MRI immediately did not show the broken hand, but he will be on the DL, and he joins fellow ace Randy Johnson. So the Diamondbacks down 2 of their star pitchers. Chip and Steve, I know you guys talked about this already, but boy, the hits keep coming for Arizona.
They sure do, Gail, and the Cubs could use a few hits themselves. This offense, Stoney, ain't doing nothing, as we say down south.
No, unfortunately, if it's not getting done at the top of the order, it's not getting done, and the pitching staff, which usually hits the ball pretty well, is not doing it. The Cubs made an alteration their starting rotation tonight to get Mark Pryor into the game tonight, so he gets a start against the Yankees. But with no runs, it becomes a daunting proposition, and every pitch is the World Series.
Lugo, the hitter, he's fly to right and walked. He's ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. Now 2-0 is your count. Elsewhere in interleague play, Cleveland leads in Colorado 1-0. That one in the second. Oakland getting clobbered in Florida. Fly ball into straightaway center field. That'll be easy. 1 up and 1 man down. 12-1. The Marlins lead Oakland, a team that's had the best record in interleague play since it was begun.
And for whatever reason, Florida, regardless of the personnel, seems to always excel at interleague play. And tonight, no exception, although it is just the first game. Jack McKeon's got those feisty fish fighting.
Florida again with a big lead over Mark Mulder tonight. Texas and Atlanta tied 4-4 after 6. Anaheim is playing in San Juan, and they're leading the Expos 10-4 after 6.
That lead is not safe at Bithorn Stadium. That's a very small ballpark.
And this may come as a surprise to you, Steve. It's raining in Pittsburgh.
No way.
It's
nice to see someone else get some rain.
Finally. No balls, 2 strikes to Marlon Anderson. That's where the Red Sox are due to play.
Well, the Cubs on this homestand have a 180 batting average, and they've averaged 2.3 runs per game. For the most part, you're going to lose a lot of games, even with superlative pitching. The Cubs record 2-4 on what for them will be their longest homestand, and at the same time, the Cardinals are home for 2 weeks also.
A little tapper down the third base line. Look at that. Infield hit for Anderson. When it rains, it pours. He's aboard, and he's perfect in stolen base attempts, and he'll stand at first in front of Rocco Baldelli.
Well, you would think that Lou Piniella, knowing the importance of 1 extra run in this one, especially the way the Cubs are swinging the bat, would be sending Anderson sometime early in the count. This acts as a swinging bunt. He thought about the bunt last time, but didn't lay it down. This is a similar facsimile thereof.
Baldelli 0 for 2 tonight. Second in the American League in hits. He's got 74 of them already this year.
He's out of Rhode Island. Good size, and they think he'll get stronger and eventually become a power hitter. And that's one of the reasons why they want to move him out of center field into right field. And Lou figures that he will put on some weight he will become a power hitter. He calls him one of the quickest studies he's ever seen. And the young man has everything it takes for stardom.
That one foul at the plate. Baldelli trying to bunt. And that's not a bad idea. Cubs fans thought he was out of the batter's box.
No, he was in the batter's box. And they want an appeal. But they were pointing at Lance Barksdale. As you can see, he's in the batter's box right there, and it hits him well before he steps out. The appeal probably should have been to Tony Randazzo at first, if there was an appeal at all, but Tim McClellan said no need.
Baldelli, an interesting kid. 3.8 from the right-hand batter's box to first base after contact. A 40-inch vertical leap. The kid's got just unbelievable physical ability. And wanted to be a major league player from a very young age. In fact, he has the Major League Baseball logo tattooed on his left calf. And when he went home and showed his dad the tattoo, he wasn't exactly thrilled. He said, well, if you're going to have the tattoo, you better make it all the way to the show. And he's done it at the ripe old age of 21 after being asked to the major league camp as a non-roster player. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2-0 Tampa Bay. We're in the 5th inning. Runner at first goes. Check swing. The throw to second is in plenty of time. And that takes care of Anderson for out number 2. First time he's been thrown out all year.
Well, that's something that the Cubs have done a whole lot better this year than last, as Paul Bacco comes up firing. And this is a breaking ball, a tough ball to throw. The throw is right on the money. And it's waiting for Anderson to arrive. So he's thrown out easily. Good play by Bacco. Pryor did a good job of getting rid of it.
That's in the dirt. Count evens at 2-2.
50% is awfully good. League average year in and year out is right around 30-31%. So Bacco has done a terrific job, and by and large the catching combination of Miller and Bacco have been just about as good in that department as anybody in baseball.
Didn't get the corner. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And the reason that Baldelli's average is in the 330s is that he hits the ball to all fields.
Back up the middle. Alex behind the bag. Look at Baldelli fly. Boy, he's something to see. Nothing happening in the Tampa Bay 5th. Let's see if the Cubs fans can come to life, trailing by a pair.
Come on, Cupcake, you can do it.
Come on, tough guy.
Pump my baby. Come on, we're almost done.
Get inside of that thing.
Good job, man. Dude, grab me a mics. There's nothing but a fish and empty bottles in here.
When you're fishing for refreshment, a hard Mike's is good to find.
Making Mike's.
The Hyundai Santa Fe, a comparison. More standard features than a Ford Escape XLS, all for over $1,400 less when comparably equipped. And only the Santa Fe is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Santa Fe, nicely equipped for just $17,634 at your Hyundai dealer. Hurry in and get a 2003 Santa Fe with $1,000 cash back or 0% APR at your local Hyundai dealer.
Suarez, I have some good news. I'm taking you out.
Oh, you said you had good news.
I do. I just saved a bunch of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico. Give me the ball.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Toyota. Get the feeling. Corona Extra. Miles away from the ordinary. And by your Chicagoland Ford stores. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
Stoney, nothing quite like wedded bliss. We had a marriage proposal accepted in the bleachers a few moments ago.
Well, how do you know she accepted? She accepted the ring.
Well, there's
no doubt about that.
She did say yes, but Christine Charbonneau, our eagle-eyed AD upstairs, said that we've got a man proposing to his wife.
You always want to marry the guy wearing the Mark Pryor shirt.
Not a bit. She would have liked it a little better maybe if it was Pryor. No, I'm just kidding.
Might have liked it if he had Pryor's contract.
Sure. Yeah, but we wish them all the best.
Oh, tremendous amount of luck.
And there is the happy couple.
He's on the phone right now trying to get out of it. Is this really binding if it's on television?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is there any chance at all?
Through the miracle of videotape, yes.
Well, it's going to be a very happy couple, I'm sure.
I wonder if she had a proposal for him. Out of play.
Get better tickets next time.
Might have been.
When we get married, you better be behind home.
Well, yeah,
not in the grandstand.
Yes, but if you could get 4 box seats for the Yankee weekend, it's a definite go.
That's for sure.
Base is cleared for Gonzalez, and that's out of play. The count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. By the way, we're in our Toyota fan of the game inning. It's Jim Lavoie's turn from Bourbonnais, Illinois. If the Cubs score in the 5th, Jim wins a Fox Sports Net Toyota prize package, including a hat and a t-shirt.
He should be in pretty good shape because the Cubs figure to break through here sometime. It's 3rd time through the order. They're facing a guy that has had some problems in the past, but not so this year. But they should be familiar enough right now with Jeremi Gonzalez to look for something inside on occasion. Not this occasion, though.
Fly ball, shallow right. On comes Huff, still coming, and he makes the play. 4 out. Number 1, Rocco for 2.
And Huff can play everywhere. That's one of the reasons why he's so valuable. This is a guy that they figure can play left field, and I think he's going to do that. He has played first. He had played third. It's a long run for him. But Aubrey Huff is able to make the play, and with him, he carries a pretty potent bat.
Not coincidentally, he wears the number of one of Lou Pinella's favorite players of all time, whom he managed in Seattle, Jay Buhner. This guy's got real good power numbers. He'll probably, as Steve mentioned, end up in left field in the 2nd half of the year.
He does not, however, have Jay's hairstyle.
Which is not a bad thing. 1 ball, 1 strike to Alex. He doubled in the 1st inning. Was left stranded in that wacky frame. Here in the 5th inning, he's behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Steve, on a very serious note, we want to send along our deepest condolences to Eddie Cohn. Eddie runs the videotape office downstairs where the hitters go back and check out their videos of their swings. Pitchers the same. Does a great job as the Cubs video coordinator. Eddie lost his father today. He passed away. And so all of us pass along our condolences to the entire Cohn family today. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Alex. Bases are clear. And that went in the dirt to even up the count at 2-2. Baltimore just got 3 in the 4th inning. They now lead Houston 4-1 down at the juice box. Reds and Yankees go to the 9th inning. 3-3 the score at the Great American Ballpark. Pretty good pitching matchup as that one turns out. Andy Pettit and Jimmy Haynes were working. Little ground ball. Travis Lee scoops. Gonzalez covers. 2 outs for Corey Patterson.
Well, Jeremi Gonzalez is throwing awfully well. Has yet to walk anybody. It's not unusual when the Cubs are hitting. They're not a patient bunch, but Jeremi throwing everything around the plate. And he's getting his off-speed pitch over the plate and throwing just enough show-me inside fastballs to keep the Cubs off the breaking pitches. Corey's been swinging at close to 60% of all the pitches thrown him this year. That is a whopping total.
Really remarkable. He's hitting over 300 as a result. He takes strike 1. Patterson with just 2 bunt hits all year long. Likens himself to a run producer and a power hitter. The numbers don't leave much room for argument. He's hit 11. He's knocked in 42. He hasn't been able to use a whole lot of times that great speed. He doesn't bunt the ball frequently. They think he might try to lay one down. And with that in mind, Damian Easley is in on the grass over at third base. Travis Lee way back over at first.
He's not going to bunt it to third. He's not going to bunt it at all, not with a 2-1. This is a pretty good pitch to hit.
And hit it he does into center field. Baldelli, look at that jump. He can't get it though. It's over his glove and in the ivy. Patterson around second. He'll make the turn. He'll go for third. The throw is going to hit him in the back.
It's a good thing to hit him in the back because he would have been dead to rights at third base. That throw had him beat. It's the 4th triple of the year. And it's a very lucky break for the Cubs. Baldelli can't get to it. Again, he's not used to Wrigley Field. And he makes a very good relay throw. And Corey Patterson takes a gamble. He gambles that he can outrun the relay. And he's very fortunate that this ball hits him. And watch the relay. It's a good solid throw. He would have been out by a step and a half. As it turns out, he's at third base and the Cubs have a chance to break through.
Troy O'Leary, the hitter. And he takes a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. They've gone ahead and rained out the game in Pittsburgh. The Red Sox and Pirates will have a doubleheader at some point this weekend. And Chris Bosio on his way out.
Well, they're going to have to play 2 because obviously the Red Sox don't make another trip there.
And by the way, tonight it was going to be Byung-Hyun Kim's debut for Boston.
Well, eventually they're going to use him as a closer. That's why they got him.
They're waiting for Pedro to come back.
But as soon as he comes back, then they'll move him to the pen and put him at the tail end, something he did very well for the Diamondbacks. Now Bosio talking with Gonzalez about how he wants him to work O'Leary. I'm sure that they crafted at least some of their game plan around how to pitch to Sammy Sosa. But if you missed it, Sammy was thrown out of the game for using a corked bat. O'Leary inserted in the game, and now Bosio wants to make sure that Gonzalez has some sort of an idea what to do with throwing.
O'Leary did single his last time up, and he lines a shot to left. Crawford drifting back, and he will make the play to retire the side. Patterson stranded at third base. Nothing happening in the Cubs' 5th, trailing by 2.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Comcast, proud to be Chicagoland's new cable company.
Officially, it's called Jack Daniel's Old Time Old No. 7 brand quality Tennessee sour mash whiskey. But you can ask for Jack.
The new 2004 Pontiac Grand Prix. The most powerful, best handling, best performing sports sedan in its class. Chicagoland, it's a rush, hour after hour. Introducing the 2004 Pontiac Grand Prix GTP Comp G, the best performing sports sedan in its class and test certified by the SCCA. See your dealer for a test drive. At your Chicagoland Pontiac dealer.
Welcome to perfect USA, a town where everyone gives 110%, even when tipping, where windows are self-cleaning, and even though life never gives them lemons, people still make lemonade. Of course, we don't live anywhere near perfect, so there's Walgreens, open every day, many 24 hours, with everything needed for the real world. That's life. This is Walgreens.
Nothing beats fun at the old ballpark, so let the Chicago Cubs make your next corporate or social event a big hit. Choose from our mezzanine suites, the right field group section, the outdoor patio, or the brand new bleacher party area. Call the group sales office at 773-404-CUBS.
Well, folks, this is the biggest story around these parts in quite some time. Baseball icon, baseball hero, Sammy Sosa, ejected from the game in the first inning on a broken bat. The umpires determined that cork was found in the barrel. He was ejected. There was no argument. The Cubs scored a run early in the game, and that is it. Aubrey Huff lines a shot off the ivy into left center field, and Huff, as we told you, the best slugger on this Tampa Bay team, has a stand-up double, his 18th of the year, and it's going from bad to worse for the Cubs tonight.
Well, this is what happens when you can't score any runs. You find a pitcher seemingly having to make a perfect pitch on every pitch, and then he gets himself in trouble. And it's not just Mark Pryor tonight. It's been most of the Cub pitching staff on this homestand. And so Pryor finds himself trailing 2-0 on a couple of runs that scored in the second inning. And he's in trouble here in the sixth.
So here's Hall. Hall singled and scored. Now he singles to center field. Patterson loads up. They will stop Huff at third base. First and third with nobody out. Tampa Bay now with 8 hits and nobody out.
There's no sense trying to score with Huff. Toby Hall looked like a pretty good hitter. Corey Patterson has all the best of it. He was playing shallow. He charges. He airmails Hee-Sop Choi. Not something he wants to get in the habit of, but it was a good throw. And now you have to face Travis Lee with runners at the corners, nobody out. In the second inning, when the 2 runs scored, Hall and Lee started out with base hits. And Pryor couldn't pitch around that.
Cubs will concede a run for a double play ball. Lee does not run well. 1 ball, no strikes. Tampa Bay this year has won 21 games. They've lost 34. They have won just 4 games all year by more than 2 runs. So it's usually a white knuckle ride late against these guys. But 2 runs, the way the Cubs are swinging the bats collectively, might as well be 10.
The outfield straight away, fairly deep, and the infield a double play depth.
Straight back, good cut. 2 balls, 1 strike. Florida has subdued Oakland. Our first final on the day, 13-2. Jack McKeon's Marlins win their 8th game in their last 11. They entered play tonight, however, 12 games behind Atlanta in the National League East.
Well, St. Louis just came back at Toronto. They've taken the lead there.
Toronto sending Kelvin Escobar against Matt Morris tonight.
This is a good time for that slider that Pryor uses, and I'd love to throw it down and in.
2-2. Lee knew it. Strike 3 call. And now easily comes up. He's punched out twice.
Well, after 2 high fastballs, Pryor goes to the breaking ball and freezes Travis Lee. And that's a big first out, because now a double play gets you out. Good breaking ball. Perfect spot. No chance for Travis Lee. This is probably the biggest situation in the ball game for Mark Pryor. He can ill afford any more runs scoring.
And you'd love to get easily and force Crawford to do some damage with 2 outs, although he has 2 hits with 2 outs and both Tampa Bay RBIs. He's got great speed. Best thing the Cubs could see would be to easily wrap into a double play and get out of this 6th inning with nothing coming across. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, one of the best plays here, and I don't know if he's ever done this, because bear in mind, this was a run producer. This was a guy that drove in a lot of runs. But the play you love to see is a bunt up the first base side. You score the run, nobody expects it. You move Hall to second base, and you get the RBI and you get the sacrifice.
Out of play by Easley. Toronto just got 2 more against St. Louis. They come right back and tie the Cardinals at 4 in the 6th inning.
There's Uncle Lou Pinelli giving the signs. They will be given to Easley. The importance of that man at third base is critical. Now Paul Bacco looking over in the dugout to see if Larry Rothschild might want to have a bit of information for him on this call.
1 ball, 1 strike. Runners at the corners. That's right down the middle, easily down to his last strike. This is a big contact situation for the Tampa Bay offense. Larry Rothschild, former manager of Tampa Bay. There's the Cubs pitching coach. Now the 1-2 pitch. Slides away, 2-2. Brewers and Mets were rained out tonight. That's the lone National League game scheduled. Everything else interleague today. Reds are up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tied 3-3 with the Yankees. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Over but low. It's 3-2. The Reds, by the way, entered play tonight just 3.5 games out of first place, despite Steve losing 7 of their last 10.
The whole division has treaded water. You take a look, the best the division has done in the last 10 is 5-5.
Full count. Too easily with men at the corners and 1 out. Out of play to the right side.
It's been an interesting division over the last 10. The entire division, except for Cincinnati, is 5-5 in their last 10. Cincinnati 3-7. So they've lost a couple of games in the standings. But it's a division largely stuck in the mud.
3-2. Double play ball to short. 2nd one. Got to turn it quickly, and the Cubs do. Big pitch from Pryor. He got the double play ball he needed. Tampa Bay fails to score in the 6th. Cubs trailing 2-0.
Okay, Romeo, which one is it?
Well, I spent time with both of them, getting to know them inside and out.
And?
Well, they're both really cool and fun. They both possess this power, and they're always up for a road trip.
So, is it a new Ford Focus or a new Ford ZX2?
That wasn't that easy. I could choose 0% financing or the $2,500 cash on the Focus or the $3,000 cash on the ZX2.
The verdict?
Definitely the ZX2.
Good, because now I'm getting the Focus.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. They did.
Ruth's called shot. The sweep in 32. The sweep in 38. It's been a long wait for payback. Until now. Sammy and the Cubs host Jeter and the Yankees in an interleague showdown 65 years in the making. Friday on Fox Sports Net.
The world's most powerful SUVs now come with the world's most attractive finance rate, 0. Get 0% financing for 60 months on the all-new Escalades and save $94.50 in finance charges. Chicagoland's best selection of Escalades is right here at Maury Edelson Cadillac. Simply the best experience, always the best price. At Maury Edelson Cadillac, Oldsmobile,
and Buick and Hotchkiss.
Despite years of racing stock cars, motorcycles, and dirt bikes, the only ride that truly scared Bill Wilt was the short trip in an ambulance when he had that unbearable pain in his chest.
I thought I was going to die, but the doctors at Gottlieb Hospital pulled me through with a quadruple bypass, and I haven't felt this good in 20 years.
Gottlieb Memorial Hospital's group of heart surgeons perform some 2,000 open heart operations in the Chicago area each year. At Gottlieb, we're bringing quality to life.
Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 8 on Fox Sports Net Plus.
After our game, it's Fifth Third Bank Cubs Post. Get all the highlights and analysis of tonight's game with Gail Fisher and Dave Otto. Don't miss Fifth Third Bank Cubs Post right after the game on Fox Sports Net. Of course, as we always do, we plan to talk with Dusty Baker at the conclusion of our broadcast tonight. Hopefully a win will be forthcoming. Cubs are down 2 with Alou, Choi, and Martinez coming up in the home half of our 6th inning.
Well, you would think if the Cubs are going to get it done, it would be this particular combination. Moises, however, has gotten under everything that Gonzalez has thrown, and he throws a lot of high fastballs. He's popped up twice. Choi has hit the ball well. Let's see if the Cubs can break through.
That one hit a mile high into center field. Wind pushing it toward the track, and Baldelli makes the grab. 4 out, number 1. Alou 0 for 3 tonight.
Moises just missed that one. chasing Baldelli back to the deepest recesses of right center field. He's calling for it all the way, making sure that Aubrey Huff stays away from him. And he finally runs one down.
Here's Aesop, an infield hit his last time up. Cubs have left at least one base runner on in every inning played tonight. They trail it by 2, and there's a laser beam into the right field corner. That'll drop for a hit. Huff on the run. He'll play it on a hop, and Choi 2 for 3 tonight. 13th double for him.
We talked with Joe McGrain, who's the color analyst on the Tampa Bay Devil Rays broadcast, along with Dwayne Statz, a former partner of mine here with WGN. And he wanted to know the scouting report on Aesop Choi. I told him that this young man is going to be a star. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And he's starting to hit the ball better and better because he's starting to get an understanding of what pitchers are going to try to do to him. So the Cubs try to cut the lead in half. It's still a 2-0 lead as Choi leads away at second and Ramon Martinez steps in.
He's popped out and rolled into a force out tonight. Bullpen for Tampa Bay goes to work, and there's an extra base hit down the left field line. Choi had to hold up. Crawford comes up down the left field line. There'll be no play. It's a double for Ramon, and the Cubs are in the game 2-1.
Well, he's been throwing Ramon inside the entire night. And Easley has been playing him off the line the entire night. And finally, instead of pulling it foul, he was able to stay long enough to get it just inside the bag. So the game now just a 1-run game. Choi, not knowing if Easley was going to make the play, took a couple of steps and stopped. And there's the ball on the inner portion. Ramon drives it down the line, RBI number 12. And he's the tying run out at second with only 1 out. And now both bullpens up and going.
Farnsworth up for the Cubs. And Jesus Colome is up in the Tampa Bay pen. Here's Baco. He's doubled. He's popped out. And let's see, Uncle Lou.
Could he be walking any slower?
I don't think so.
Is it possible that Lou could take longer to get to the mound than he's taking right now as Colome just started to loosen up?
That's why they pay Lou the big bucks. Those managerial tricks he brings to the Tampa Bay dugout.
Well, he's got the same stride as Paul Sullivan as he heads to the mound. And now he just turns around and walks very slowly back to the dugout.
I mean, this is a master craftsman at work right here.
Well, look at Lou. I mean, he's just taking his time out for a stroll.
I mean, if he could, he'd go down and inspect by the first base coaching box just to make sure there's not some crabgrass growing.
Lou went out there. He spent about a second and a half on the mound and then turned around very slowly and walked back.
Yeah, he should have asked Jeremy, hey, where's a good place to go get a pizza after the game? Here's Baco closing in on 9 o'clock here in Chicago, and that's out of play for a strike.
Just remember, we do have Ron Santo. For those of you who don't know, it says right here he's a former Cub All-Star third baseman and WGN radio color analyst.
You might remember him.
He'll be conducting Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and then we'll have an interview with him.
I can't wait.
Either can I.
No balls and a strike.
There's the coach.
Don't you feel kind of like when you get ready to interview Ronnie, you feel like Mike Wallace when you catch one of those corporate men in a fit of malfeasance?
Ronnie's got the light on.
Well, I think he's got something up his sleeve for when he comes to. There we go. Take those
glasses off.
Those are Bob Albrecht's
Trying
glasses.
to convince people he can still see well.
Ronnie forgot his reading glasses.
Now there's a shocker.
Lord only knows where. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Bob Albrecht went out of his way to give Ronnie his peepers tonight.
You can put him back on.
Go ahead. The cat's out of the bag, Ronnie. 2 balls and a strike to Paul Baco. Cubs are back in at 2-1 your score. Off the plate. And foul at third.
You have Kyle Farnsworth continuing to loosen up in the bullpen.
By the way, here's a shock for you. The Reds win a game in their last at bat. They beat the Yankees 4-3.
No wonder why George was so incensed having to go to Cincinnati and then come here to Chicago. Maybe he figures that he can feel the hot breath of those Bo Sox on his neck.
Interesting story just handed to us, Stoney. Sammy Sosa has already talked to Harold Reynolds, I guess on ESPN, and said that he uses corked bats in exhibition games. Why? No idea. Sammy said he accidentally grabbed one.
Well, of course, nobody ever does this on purpose, but all that's irrelevant. And the only relevant point is that it was used in a regular game, and so it's going to be a suspension. So, you know, that's just kind of the way it goes. It's something that's been done before. You hate to see it happen. It did. And anywhere from 7 games, which has been established, to maybe a game or 2 more, that will be the suspension, I would believe, but we'll have to wait and see. And Rocco goes down on strikes, and now Mark Pryor's going to hit for himself.
Why not? The Cubs bench has struggled a time or 2 as well. You might as well keep Pryor in, let him take a couple of hacks. He's one of your best hitters in the lineup. Forget the fact that he's a pitcher. So an interesting night in Chicago. One I don't think anybody thought would ever come. And Sammy Sosa will apparently meet with the media after our game tonight. He told the Cubs media representative that he will talk about the corked bat at the end of this game. And it's, as you said, you're right. It's like,
no, I mean,
someone getting caught hot wiring a car. Really sorry when you get caught. I mean, it's just the way it goes.
Well, this has been a game that has had a long history of guys that have tried to take advantage and stretch the rules. And when you get caught, you pay the penalty for that. And then you move on from there. It's as simple as that.
1 ball, 1 strike. Pryor. 1-2 the count. Cubs are down 2-1 here in the 6th inning. Martinez out at second base. He has the lone Cub run batted in. Mark stays alive. Well, it was great to see Lee Elia before the game today.
It's nice to know that he's healthy. He says he's had operations on both knees, so he has artificial knees. He says he's never felt better in his life. And of course, those of you who remember Lee, who managed the Cubs in the early 80s, just a very nice guy who's found a home with Lou Piniella. And there's his managerial record. And he's also very quotable, as you might recall, over Lou these many years. But a real good guy and a real good baseball man.
Having fun too with some of these Tampa Bay youngsters, helping mold their major league hitting prowess. And he really is enjoying life again. He lives in the Tampa Bay area, and a chance for him to get closer to home. He was with Lou Piniella for many years out in Seattle, as was John McLaren, his fine bench coach. 1-2. And Pryor is down on strikes. Cubs get 1, and that's it. Jeremi Gonzalez's spot is due up second in the 7th. Will Lou let him stay in a 2-1 game? We'll find out.
The ovals in racing, only one helps you get to the finish line.
Now at Pep Boys, buy a case of Pennzoil motor oil and get a free can of Fix-A-Flat.
Introducing the new Nissan Murano for your adventures in on-roading.
Tonight on the best damn sports show, period. One of the most feared fighters in the world, UFC's Iceman, Chuck Liddell. Plus, actress Michelle Stafford has every hockey fan's biggest dream come true. Coming up after the game.
Here's our game summary. Cubs thought they had an early run on an infield groundout by Sammy Sosa, but Tim McClellan and the rest of the umpiring crew found what they say is cork in the bat. Sosa ejected from the game. The run taken off the boards. Tampa Bay got 2 in the second. They've made it stand up. They lead it 2-1 as we head now to our 7th inning.
And it could turn out to be a very big run. Otherwise, it would be a tie game. The Cubs finally broke through in the 6th. But they still trail. And Crawford, with his great speed, 2 for 2. You certainly would like to see him off base.
High fly ball into right. That's playable for Troy O'Leary.
And that's going to be it for Jeremi Gonzalez, who will have gone 6 innings. And it's Al Martin who will come out to pinch hit. He's a veteran who's been with a whole lot of teams. And Jeremi Gonzalez, after 103 pitches, will have strung together another impressive performance, and he'll leave with the lead.
7 hits in 6 innings for Gonzalez, who's now given up 8 runs in 24 innings for Tampa Bay. And if this score stays the same, he'll go to 3-1 for the Devil Rays. Al Martin, longtime Major League veteran, off the bench in a pinch here in the 7th inning.
Jeremy didn't walk anybody while fanning 4 over his 6-inning stint.
Martin takes a belt high breaking ball to even up the count. Baltimore adds to their lead 5-1. They are in front of Houston. Cardinals lead Toronto 5-4 after 6. Martin down to his last strike. Seattle 4-0 over Philadelphia. Reds, as we told you, win the game in their last at bat. They polish off the Yankees 4-3. That's another last at bat win for Cincinnati. They are an amazing bunch with regards to that statistic this year.
Well, what's been amazing about Cincinnati is the fact that they're able to continually win games with what for them has been a real difficult time with the pitching staff. They now move to 1 game under 500, and yet pending the outcome of this one, they're just 3 games in back of the Cubs.
Jimmy Haynes was the starter. He was 0-4.
ERA in the 12s, wasn't it?
So he did a fine job. As soon as the line score, the final line score comes across, we'll pass along the particulars as to who won it and how. So the Reds, we talked about it early in the season, and many scoffed. We said, look out for that Cincinnati team. If they get any pitching at all with that offense, they're going to be around for a while, and they are in this race. 2-2 to Martin. Is skied into shallow left. Long run for Alou. Wynn pushing that toward the Cub pen and out of play.
That scatters the bullpen. And Lance Carter could come into play. He's the closer for the Devil Rays, and he's most unusual in that most closers have a real big fastball or a trick pitch or some way to strike you out. Lance Carter doesn't. He throws a good changeup. He has 11 saves, but he probably tops out at 88 miles an hour, and if this score holds up, we will see him before it's over.
2-2 to Martin. And that one rolled over to first base. Choi will win the race to the bag. 2 up, 2 down. Chris Rietsma, by the way, beat Osuna for the Yankees. The Reds with their 15th win and their last at-bat this year. That's best in all of Major League Baseball.
Ryan Sandberg in attendance tonight. He came to see Jared Sandberg, and if he gets a good look at the bench, he'll find him, because it's Damian Easley who played third base tonight.
Here's Lugo 0 for 2 with a walk. 2-1 game. Pryor pitching another courageous game tonight, but has not gotten much offensive help.
Ron Santo loosening up, getting ready to go. There's a good look at the coach.
Wait, I got to draw the line there.
I mean, it's not a good look at him. It's from his best side, the back.
You can just say, there's a look at the coach. Popped up towards Steve's car. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ronnie,
This will be great.
Don't be nervous. First note's the key. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'm nervous about being with you guys.
Oh, why are you nervous about being with us? We love you, pal. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Are you telling me that in your stead it's Andy Mazer who's doing color on the radio? Because you've got big shoes to fill.
Up the middle. Good play to retire the side. All right, Ronnie, let's fire up this crowd with the 7th inning stretch.
Cub All-Star and WGN Radio color analyst Ron Santo.
Shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get a couple runs. Thank you.
This breaking the action.
First, Chevy redesigned the Trailblazer with room for 7 and all their stuff.
Yeah, what can I get for you? Hey, give me a dog. Give me 1 dog.
Now, we're going to work on Chicago's cuisine.
Here you go.
Maybe we'll stick to what we do best.
Need a napkin for that?
Like Trailblazer EXT, with room for 7 and big cash back or low APR. See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize again for the delay, but our gate is still not available. However, should we experience any excessive boredom here on the tarmac, disco balls will drop, and the sounds of Le Freak, C'est Chic will fill the cabin. Always be sure to get your groove thing on first before assisting others. Thank you for your patience.
Discover your inner Smirnoff responsibly.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Smirnoff Red. Discover Smirnoff and enjoy it responsibly.
Hey, after a stirring 7th inning stretch rendition, there's no doubt in my mind the Cubs are going to come back here in the 7th inning against Jesus Colome, making his 18th appearance out of the Tampa Bay bullpen.
And there you look at the numbers, and he's been fairly impressive. And Ronnie, you think they'll be able to come back against column A, or maybe would they want column B?
Yeah, I think they're going to come back. I was very impressed with Mark Pryor, and I know you are, Steve. You talk about a guy, he gets some. We had runners at first and third. You need the strikeout weapon, and that's what our staff has. And he got it when he needed it, the double play, and then it seemed like the offense had a little spark in it, and we scored a run.
Mark Gonzalez swings and misses. No balls, 2 strikes. Ronnie, I know a lot of Cub fans everywhere wondering what's going to happen with this Cub offense. This homestand, they have not swung the bats particularly well. Are you concerned about that here as we enter the first week of June?
Well, yeah, you got to be concerned. I'm sure Dusty Baker's a little concerned, but this ball club, we're in first place, and that's how I feel. I mean, other clubs are having the same problems we're having at times. I want to stay in first place, but I got to believe with this ball club, we're going to score runs, but we need to start doing it in Wrigley Field. On the road, we seem to do very well.
No balls, 2 strikes to the Cub leadoff man. And there's a start. Base hit to right field by Gonzalez, his first hit of the night. And the tying run is on here in the 7th inning, Ronnie.
I think the key to this ball club is just what you're seeing right here. Gonzalez gets on. Gonzalez at the beginning of the year, they were both good table setters, and now that's when you start scoring a few runs.
Well, Ronnie, we got the Yankees coming to town over the weekend, and one of the great great confrontations, probably in interleague play, as the Yankees coming to Wrigley Field. And is it anything special to you? I know you got a chance to just play against the Yankees briefly over in the other league, but you know, it's always been something special, the Chicago-New York rivalry. What do you think about the Yankees coming to town?
Well, I think it's very exciting. Of course, I was not here. I know you were, Steve, in 1938, but I wasn't. And that's the last time the Yankees were here.
I had a big year that year. Did a lot of offense, though.
But it's exciting. The whole town's very excited to see the Yankees come into Wrigley Field. You're not going to be able to move around here, and I think the Clemens and Kerry Wood matchup is dynamite on Saturday.
Of course, Clemens will be going for win number 300. They've got to play at second base as the bunt was dropped by Colomé, and that worked out real well for Tampa Bay. They got the leading runner. And Gonzalez trades places.
Yeah, Gonzalez was stuck because he thinks that Colomé is going to make the catch, so he can't run into a double play. And it turns out to be a terrible bunt. He doesn't advance the runner, and unfortunately, he has plenty of time as Gonzalez had to go back to first. Ronnie, what do you think of the development of Corey Patterson?
Oh, well, Corey Patterson's a 5-2 player. I just love what he does, and he can do it all. To me, he's going to be anywhere in that 25 to 30 home run range. He's got a great arm.
Swings the first ball, bounces it to short. They better hurry, and they can't get him. Infield hit for Patterson. 2 men are on now with 1 out.
I got a surprise for you, Chip.
Hit me. Show me.
I've got a high school picture of you.
Yeah.
There you are, right there. Take a look at that.
A handsome lad.
Oh my gosh! Now,
yeah,
I would compare that to
Bluto from Animal House.
Oh, Herman Munson or something like that.
Thurman Munson?
Yeah, Thurman Munson caught me in college, but that's Eddie Munster.
Eddie Munster.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I like that.
That was very good.
I couldn't remember.
It would have been a great joke if you remember the guy's name.
Hey, Ronnie, remember Jack Benny, Your Money or Your Life?
Yes.
You're trying to think of the answer, right?
You got to write those down.
I know it's getting bad.
There you go. Separated at birth. Chip Carey and Thurman Munster.
No.
Ronnie, when you go home, is your lovely wife Vicky gonna knock on the skull and check for foreign substances in there?
You know, lately you guys have put me in a bad state. I mean,
what do you mean?
When I order a glass of wine, I forget I ordered a glass.
The other day, Ronnie was wandering around as he usually does, and he decided to leave some of his personal effects on his table in the broadcast booth, and we try to help Pat Hughes not have a contaminated workspace, decided to pilfer a few of his items. And you know, workplace, Steve, I think you would agree with this, workplace odors are a big problem. There are a lot of people that have allergies to detergents, to perfumes, to colognes, so we did our fair share and try to help Pat Hughes out.
Make sure that the bottle of cologne did not spill or in any other way contaminate the workplace.
Well, it was the bottle of cologne was Azaro, which is a very wonderful smell that I use, and you tape it with black tape, and I couldn't get to it. Plus, you take my binoculars, and then a guy with no legs, you take my cane.
Well, you were sitting down. You weren't going anywhere.
Oh my gosh.
2 balls and a strike to Troy O'Leary. You could have tripped and fallen. That would have been a real bad problem. We were just moving it out of the way temporarily.
That's what I worry about. And I know if you 2 guys are there, you just walk away.
No,
we would certainly. No. We would certainly call somebody to help you.
Steve is a kind-hearted guy that offered to give you a ride back from where were Milwaukee in the trunk of his car.
Well, you know, the 2-seaters are the problem.
Oh, jeez, that's the last time you guys will ever get a ride from me.
2-2 to O'Leary. And Troy stays alive here in the Cubs half of the 7th. But obviously we love you, and that's why we kid you, and we hope you take it as good naturedly and enjoy it as much as we do, because we do enjoy it, Ronnie. But on a serious note, you've got to be thrilled with this ball club. I think everyone was hoping and praying that with Dusty Baker and some of these young players coming up, that the Cubs are starting to fulfill a lot of the promise that many had for them this year. As O'Leary pops that up, left side, long run, Lugo, and he'll handle it in the swirling winds. No advance for the runners. 2 men out.
Yeah, I really love this ball club, and every year I'm very optimistic, as you know. But this, really, Jim Hendry has put a ball club together that's a winner. And I think, and I've said this from the start, I think the best acquisition has been Dusty Baker. No doubt in my mind. You talk about a guy that knows this game and knows personnel and deals with individuals so well that he just gets the best out of his ball club. And I just think we're going to be there at the end of the year. There's no doubt in my mind.
Ronnie, do you think that this team has to make a deal from here on out, or can they go with what they have on the field now?
First the pitch to Alu. Ground ball, slowly hit. Lugo at short, fields, and fires. Quick answer on it.
A quick answer is I think Jim Hendry is always on that phone, and
no, a quick answer on it.
That's it. That's a quick answer. Come on.
We love you, Ronnie. Nice job. We go to the 8th inning. 2-1 Tampa Bay.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Suzuki, maker of innovative motorcycles and all-terrain vehicles.
It's Suzuki Summer Sizzler, and these great deals give you one more reason to get the new bike you've been waiting for. Get up to $400 cash back on select motorcycles. And on approved credit, use your Suzuki credit card for great financing deals, like $25 monthly payments for 9 months, or 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 6 months. There's also great low installment loan APR financing available on all cruisers, sport, and street bikes. These sizzling savings give you one more reason to ride, and the deals won't last long. So get to your Suzuki dealer today.
Since 1866, we've had only 6 master distillers of Jack Daniels. Job satisfaction's never been much of a problem. Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey.
It is time.
Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, rated R.
Your old windows giving you a workout? Replacing them is as easy as calling 1-866-4-FELDCO. All Feldco replacement.
Well, our thanks to Ron Santo for that extended explanation. As we miss a pitch here in the 8th inning, we're just kidding. 1 ball, no strikes to Marlon Anderson. And again, our thanks to Ronnie. He's just, for lack of a better word,
delightful fellow.
And heroic. I mean, he really is. Ground ball to second. Gonzalez hangs with it. And 1 man, 1 out. Let's take a look at our Pennzoil protection play. Mark Pryor got the big ground ball that turned into an inning-ending double play and kept Tampa Bay's run total at 2.
Well, there were runners at the corners and nobody out, and Mark Pryor got the strikeout and then the double play to get out of the inning. And that is our Pennzoil protection play, the 6-4-3 to end the 6th.
Here's Rocco Baldelli. Mark has kept him in check tonight. 2-time rookie of the month in the American League. 0 for 3 in this game.
Here's a perfect example, Chip, of why you show bunt.
Line drive into right. It'll hang up for Troy.
And Baldelli's a 3-hitter. But by showing bunt once tonight, Martinez had to play even with the bag at third. And although he didn't come into play, it certainly helps when you show it occasionally. That time he hit the ball awfully hard, and fortunately for the Cubs, right at O'Leary.
Here's Huff. He's doubled and was stranded in that 6th inning. That's a huge run Tampa Bay wasted at third base in the form of Huff back in the 6th. Tampa Bay Rays left 5 men on base. The Cubs have stranded at least 1 runner in every inning in this game. And trail 2-1. Guthrie just activated from the disabled list. If you missed that news, Juan Cruz was sent down to AAA. He had options left.
And they're going to start Cruz. Now here he was in the bullpen, and I think that's one of the reasons for sending him down. That and the fact that Todd Wellmeyer has thrown so wonderfully since being called up. Wellmeyer has been hot. He's been throwing well, and Cruz probably in the future is going to be a starting pitcher, so they want to send him down and start him. I don't think that his lot is one of a bullpen pitcher. And now you see Rod Beck, who had in his contract that if any other major league team wanted him, he would be released by June 1st, and the San Diego Padres came a-calling, and the shooter is going to be a Padre, and we're very happy that he's found his way back to the major leagues. He threw great at AAA for the Cubs.
And he can just drive his motor home and park it right outside Qualcomm Stadium and be very happy to do that. But you're right about Rod. He's a terrific guy, and for an organization used to having a change-up master in Trevor Hoffman in the 9th inning, they'll get Rod Beck, who throws about as hard as Trevor Hoffman at the end now for the rest of this season.
He's been throwing 83, 84 miles an hour, but that's a guy with the guts of a burglar.
Huff will take first base. He gets plunked. That comes with 2 outs, and it brings up Hall, who's 2 for 3.
Mark Pryor at 117, so you figure even though he's due up 4th next inning, this would be his last inning. He would like to finish it with a flourish. He has not been able to retire Hall too easily tonight. He's 2 for 3 with a pop-up in between. And this young catcher looks pretty good.
He's hitting .275 on the year and scored the first Tampa Bay run. And that's poked back for a strike. Victor Zambrano will go for Tampa Bay tomorrow night. We'll also have that for you here on Fox. Sean Estes will get the start for the Cubs. Then Thursday afternoon, the series wrap up. Matt Clement against Dwan Brazelton. Youngster who probably, as Tampa Bay for an honest assessment, should be pitching in the minor leagues.
They've had a whole lot of injuries to the pitching staff, and they've been unable to get a solid rotation, which is something Lou Piniella would like to do.
Yeah, Joe Kennedy just went to the disabled list today for them. And Lou Piniella was toying with the idea of going with, everybody sit down, a 4-man rotation. But with Jeremi Gonzalez just now starting to feel 100% with his arm, they didn't want to risk hurting him too, so they'll stick with 5.
I think certainly there'll be some team in the not too distant future that will go to a 4-man rotation, because it's tough enough to get 2 or 3 good starters, let alone 5.
Lance in the seats over the Tampa Bay dugout. 0-2 your count again.
That time Baco wanted the fastball and he wanted it up. Pryor was able to get it there, but now's the time to throw that good slider in the dirt, and maybe you can get Hall a little bit over anxious and get out of this inning.
High and tight.
That's the outside fastball, and see if he can keep it down and away.
Too far away for Hall to offer.
Well, the pitch he's looking for is going to be that slider. There's the curveball, serves the same function.
Cue ball shot back to the mound. Mark with a little flip to first, and that will retire the side. Cubs come up in the bottom of the 8th inning, needing 1 to tie it.
This is my bridge.
This is my building.
This is my truck.
For people that care about getting the job done right. We built the Toyota Tundra better from the ground up.
Hi, I'm Murray. I'm here to tell you why UFOs are really visiting Earth. It's us. They've heard Murray's has the biggest selection of quality brand name parts on the planet in stock. So when they say take me to your leader, they mean Murray's, the auto parts leader.
If you're looking for dependable name brands and expert customer service, a trip to Murray's will be out of this world.
So the next time you see a light in the sky, think of Murray's.
Super parts, super people, super prices. Murray's, the auto parts supermarket.
They love air fresheners. Of course, they don't breathe air, but they still like it fresh.
Hey, Dad, are these the tools you use to fix cars?
Yeah. These are for brakes, these are for engines, and these here are for shocks.
So what do you use to fix transmissions?
These are for brakes, these are for engines, and these here...
Transmission problems got you stumped? Take it to the experts. For a job done right, guaranteed, at a price that's right, take it to AMCO. Call 1-800-GO-AMCO.
Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 8 on Fox Sports Net Plus.
Gail Fisher inside the Fox Sports Net studios with this in-game update. And the NBA pre-draft camp comes to Chicago this weekend at Moody Bible Institute. Matt Carroll from Notre Dame, Sham Hoskins from DePaul, and Luke Walton out of Arizona are among the names who will be there. New general manager John Paxson and B.J. Armstrong will be checking out the new crop of talent. Chip and Steve, let's send it back to you.
All right, Gail, thank you very much. Here we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Choi Martinez and Paco are due in the 8th. Down a single run against Jesus Colome. 2-1 Tampa Bay. They got both of their runs in the 2nd. The Cubs got a 6th inning tally. They have left a runner on base every inning in this game.
And the Cub bullpen up and going. Looks like Mike Remlinger throwing in the pen. The Devil Ray bullpen is silent.
10 men left in total for the Cubs so far tonight. Game 2 of the series tomorrow evening.
And this should be a big advantage for Hee-Seop Choi because Colome, who throws from the side, is pretty easy to see for a left-hander.
Hee-Seop, 2 hits tonight. Threw it by him. 93 miles an hour.
Jesus Colome from San Pedro de Macorís, Dominican Republic, last year 2-7 with an 8.27 ERA for Tampa Bay. That's not too good.
Over but low, ball 3, 3-1.
But this year, a completely different year for the 6'4", 205-pounder. Still a pretty young man and still learning his craft.
Leadoff walk here in the 8th inning. Tying run is on. And this is the high wire act that Lou Piniella was talking about before the game tonight. This Tampa Bay team does not win many blowouts. Every game they've got tying winning runs on base on deck. Seemingly when they face the Devil Rays.
The Devil Rays think there's going to be a bunt. Easley is in very close at third. And the infield fairly shallow.
Ramon Martinez a double down the third base line. Surprisingly, Easley not guarding the line here. Tampa Bay's pen goes to work. And he won't have a chance to bunt. He got pelted. Third Cub hitter to get hit tonight. No need to bunt. First and second with nobody out.
Uncle Lou sees this on a nightly basis. It's a young team. It's a team that is in a very tough division and will finish well up the track. And they've opened the door this inning, hitting Martinez right on the logo.
Now let's see. Paul Bacco is heading back to the Cub dugout. And it looks like Tom Goodwin has grabbed a bat.
Goodwin not known for his bunting ability. And they're meeting at the mound to see just exactly how they want to defense what the Devil Rays believe is going to be a bunt. Good one this year, hitting 185 as a pinch hitter, 3 for 13. He does not have a sacrifice. His last sacrifice bunt was June 9th of last year. Perhaps he's bringing up Goodwin knowing that if he does swing away, he's almost impossible to double.
Two to one ball game. Cubs have the tying and go-ahead runs on base with nobody out. Life or death struggle baseball-wise with Tampa Bay tonight. And that one across the shoe tops, ball one. He can't throw a strike.
Remember, this is not a particularly good Devil Ray pitching staff. The ERA at .530 coming into this game. Tied with Boston for second from the bottom in the American League. Long look down at Wendell Kim.
Nowhere near, ball two. 2-0 your count.
Well, make him throw a strike here. Because it looks like right now Colome's having all kinds of problems, and here comes Lou Piniella. Another long slow walk out there, and if his bullpen is ready, he just might go to it here, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to take Colome out of this one and go to the left-hander.
So Colome goes an inning plus, 2 hits, 1 walk, first of the night for the Cub batsman. No strikeouts and a man hit by pitch. Game on the bases for the Cubs. 2 on, nobody out. And Lou Piniella.
I thought he signaled to the bullpen.
Well, he did.
That's kind of strange. Colome is still in the game.
So Harper gets up. Fenifro was up as well. That's the first trip. He didn't have to make a change. He did point down there.
And watch it. I mean, he points to the bullpen.
Maybe he wanted somebody else to get up. 2 balls, no strikes. Nowhere near. Ball 3.
And now it's Harper and Fenifro.
The Cubs tried to give him an out, and 4 straight pitches. Turns into a walk to Tom Goodwin to load him up with nobody out.
Well, Lenny Harris is coming up. And now we'll see if it's going to be Fenifro. And then if it is, Dusty will have a move. As Lou, for the time being, right there. Essentially, I think what he's saying is, look, you got into this, see if you can get out of it.
That's one thing about Piniella. He knows the only way for young players to learn how to get out of trouble is to get into it. And Colome's in a whole heap of it here. Bases full. Bouncing ball up the middle. Might be 2. Second one. Bobbled ball. Tying run scores. Choi comes in to make it 2-2.
Well, we were told that this double play combination wasn't solid yet. It's Anderson and Lugo. That should have been 2. Instead, it's just 1. And the Cubs, with only 1 out, have the go-ahead and potential winning run 90 feet away. This flip to Lugo, he doesn't handle it cleanly. That's a huge play for the Cubs as they tie it up. And this would be a win that Mark Pryor richly deserves if the Cubs can take the lead and make it stand up. And there's a look at Pryor, who's pitched at times brilliantly this evening.
So the game again on the base pass. First and third, 1 in, 1 out, and a foul ball by Gonzalez, who's 1 for 3 tonight. We are in the 8th inning.
Cubs have tied it up with runners at the corners, only 1 out, and don't have the ball out of the infield in this 8th inning.
Walks are a killer, and the Cubs finally took some of them in this 8th inning. Jeremi Gonzalez started, cannot win it for Tampa Bay, and now another meeting on the mound. Don't forget, Saturday, June 21st, the first 10,000 fans get a Cubs commemorative lapel pin, compliments of LaSalle. The Cubs will take on the White Sox at 12:15. For tickets, call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Baldelli has a pretty good arm in center. Bear in mind, Gonzalez is grounded into 8 double plays, but he wants to pick something and hit it in the air hard.
0-2. Bullpen ready for the Cubs.
Well, if the Cubs score, it's going to be Borowski. If they don't, it'll be Remlinger. It's as simple as that.
By a pitch.
That's
4 in total.
That's got to be it for Uncle Lou. I don't think he can look at this anymore, but we'll see. He looks the lineup card, and here he comes.
So who's it going to be? With Gonzalez up, you figure it'll be Harper, the right-hander, and Colome was dreadful. He goes an inning and a third. He's given up 1 run. The game on the bases for the Cubs. 2 hits. He's hit 2 men. He's walked 2 men. And he stands to lose this ball game. We're tied 2-2. Back with more in a minute.
Facing big increases in health benefit costs, the choice was distracting.
Employees or shareholders? That's the question.
Cut health benefits or blow the bottom line.
My employees? What about the shareholders?
Then he found new health plans from Humana that saved his company $500,000.
You live next door.
What could we do for your company? Humana. Guidance when you need it most.
Go global? Bigger raises.
Introducing Rain-X Car Wax. The same transparent polymer technology that makes our windshield treatment so effective now keeps your whole car protected from rain, dirt, UV rays, and more. There's almost nothing Rain-X Wax won't protect your car from. Almost. New Rain-X Car Wax. Protection you can see.
In the desire to move ideas forward, printing in black and white has served us well. But color is more effective. The fly in the ointment. Cost. Imagine a multi-function printer that gives you low-cost color without raising the cost of your black and white. The new Officio 1232 from Rico. Rico.
Travis Harper is the 3rd pitcher of the night for Tampa Bay. 2nd in the majors, Steve, to Steve Sparks in innings pitched among relievers. And it's not hard to understand why, looking at Tampa Bay's pitching line this year.
Well, he's 0-3, but despite that, the ERA very good at 3.29. Coming out of the bullpen in the American League, especially in the Eastern Division. That's pretty impressive. Last year, at times, he was used as a starting pitcher, so that's why he can easily chew up some innings for you. He has terrific control. He's on for the 24th time, only 8 walks in 41 innings. He inherits the bases loaded, only 1 out. The go-ahead run 90 feet away, and the Cubs have done all this damage without the ball leaving the infield.
So let's see if Alex can make some solid contact here. Bases loaded. Lead run 90 feet away. Big breaking ball has him out in front. Strike 1.
Harper is not overpowering. He has made 3 wild pitches this year.
No balls and a strike. Ramon leads at 3rd. The pitch. Looping line drive at second base. 2 outs. So it's up to Corey Patterson. He's reached base 3 times here tonight. And Lou Piniella will not allow him to see the right-hander Harper, who did his job, retire the man he was assigned. So Gonzalez can't come through in a key situation.
I think it's going to be Venafro out of the bullpen.
That is who it'll be. A lefty-lefty confrontation. Bases loaded for the Cubs. Tied at 2 late in the 8th.
You want the best values in America? Well, they're here now at the Dodge Summer Sales Drive,
where you'll find our best products,
like the Hemi-powered Ram Heavy Duty, Motor Trend's 2003 Truck of the Year.
And Caravan, the best-selling minivan, now with our best deals, up to $4,500 cash allowance or 0% financing for up to 60 months.
All with Dodge's 7-year, 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Let us prove we got the best values in America. Hurry to your Dodge dealer today.
Show, period. Please welcome Samuel Schwarzenegger. After the postgame on Fox Sports Net.
It's a showdown in the desert. The White Sox big bats are ready for this interleague battle. But Luis Gonzalez and the Diamondbacks are geared up to get a victory in this matchup. White Sox, Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 8 on Fox Sports Net Plus.
Side-wheeling left-hander Mike Venafro on for the 20th time this year.
Opponent's hitting .267. That's pretty good. He has good control. And Corey Patterson this year has hit lefties better than he's hit righties. So a huge situation for the Cubs. Probably the fate of Mark Pryor lying in the hands of Corey Patterson. You get a base hit here. Good chance that Mark Pryor will get a win. The Cubs haven't had the ball out of the infield here in the 8th. What a good time for it now.
Venafro, the gray beard, out of the bullpen. Released by Atlanta late in spring. Entering this year, Venafro with 259 major league appearances. The rest of the Tampa Bay bullpen just 164 in total. And this is a big spot for him and the Devil Rays. Bases loaded for the Cubs and Corey Patterson. 2 outs, 2-2 game. Bottom of the 8th inning.
Boy, they're playing Corey awfully shallow in the outfield.
No place to put him.
Well, I look around and I don't think they realize how much power Corey has. Because the outfield of Crawford, Baldelli, and Huff all run pretty well, but especially Crawford and Baldelli very shallow. But if he doesn't get the ball over, it doesn't matter.
Patterson's walked 7 times in 215 at-bats this year. He's in the driver's seat here, 2-0. Good speed aboard in the Cubs' 8th.
Well, you figure to see a fastball here.
Two walks, 2 hit batsmen, a ground ball that should have been 2 and wasn't, has plated the second Cub run. Little ground ball up the middle. Lugo will step on the bag, and we will go to the 9th inning tied. Cubs send 7 to the plate. Don't get the ball out of the infield, but they tie it 2-2.
Okay, folks, let's get this party started. Call Seattle. Get McGregor on the phone.
Calling him now.
Morning. Good morning.
This is Scott McGregor. I'll be out of the office all day. Please leave a message.
That's not like McGregor.
McGregor's not there?
Great.
Excuse me, there's a Mr. McGregor here to see you.
With Southwest Airlines last-minute fares, you'll never pay more than $2.99 one way. So why would you fly with anyone else?
You are now free to move about the country.
The Infiniti G35. 260 horsepower, sport-tuned suspension, Motor Trend 2003 Car of the Year. A dream to drive. The Infiniti G35.
Nothing beats the fun and excitement of watching the Cubs in beautiful Wrigley Field. And you can be there. That's right. Tickets are still available for upcoming Cubs games. To get your tickets, just call tickets.com at 1-800-THE-CUBS. Head to the Wrigley Field box office. Punch in www.cubs.com. Or visit any Chicagoland Sears or Sears hardware store. Don't wait. Catch all the Cubs action firsthand and get to the game.
This exciting Cubs finish is brought to you by New Finish, the once-a-year car polish. Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. More than 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country. Hyundai. When your car comes with America's best warranty, you win. Hyundai. Comcast. Proud to be Chicagoland's new cable company. And by your Chicagoland Pontiac dealers.
Michigan Avenue in downtown Chicago. New battery for the Cubs. Damian Miller behind the plate and Mike Remlinger, the second pitcher of the night.
Last time out, Remlinger had some problems with Houston, but this offense is not like the Houston Astros. So Remlinger comes into this one at 3-0. The ERA 3.38, on for the 27th time.
Travis Lee 1 for 3 in the game tonight.
And I'm sure Travis Lee, one of the few Tampa Bay Devil Rays that's seen Remlinger.
Lee shoots that back toward us. And Travis 4 for 19 against Remlinger in his career. By the way, those of you who are planning to tune in, and we encourage you to do so, to the post-game show, Sammy Sosa is going to address the media after the game. We'll endeavor to bring that to you before we leave air tonight, either with Steve and I anchoring the coverage or with Gail and Dave with Megan Mawicki here at the ballpark. Of course, we will chat with Dusty Baker, win or lose, as is customary here on Fox. Ground ball through the hole. Gonzalez dives, knocks it down, picks it up, and can't get his man. Great effort by Gonzalez. And he had time with Travis Lee slow of foot, but he couldn't get his man at first, and Tampa Bay has the go-ahead run on with nobody out in the ninth inning.
Well, Mark's been just terrific at second base, and he went a long way to try to flag this one down. He's able to corral it, but can't get any traction before getting it over there. Travis Lee able to beat the play, getting his second hit of the night. Just a great effort by Gonzalez, and that's the go-ahead run at first base.
Here's Easley. Real rough night at the plate. 2 strikeouts and a double play. He tries to bunt, and that's a strike. How different is it, Stoney, for guys like Easley, like Tampa Bay? Team that doesn't really bunt too frequently, you wouldn't imagine, playing American League Baseball, to have to do that in the National League ballpark.
Well, I think in this situation they probably would do it even in the American League, but Easley has seen Remlinger twice and he's 1 for 2, but this situation calls for a bunt. And obviously he's not doing it particularly well. He's another guy that doesn't have great speed at this stage of his career, so if he does hit the ball, you can turn it into 2. Lee doesn't run well at all, and now the bullpen once again up and going for Tampa Bay.
As a team, they have just 12 sacrifice bunts all year. Cubs conversely have 24 of them entering play tonight.
Well, normally you're playing against Boston or the Yankees or Toronto. You
can't give away outs.
Right. They're going to just club you.
And Easley chases a bad ball. Good pitch from Remlinger. Climbed the ladder, and Easley is retired easily, if you'll pardon the pun. Crawford will hit with 1 on 1 out.
Well, Crawford's never seen Remlinger, but you have to bear in mind that if he tries to bunt, most left-handers fall off the mound to the third base side, and he could drag it with him. So Gonzalez doesn't want to get too deep at second base. Crawford's got tremendous speed, and we've seen that tonight. That's
in for a strike. 0-1.
There is one guy that's seen Remlinger quite a bit. It's Terry Shumpert. And Shumpert, who was a former Cub, is in the on-deck circle.
Ground ball. Cubs have to hurry. Second one. First. Not in time.
Yeah, I would really doubt that you'd have much of a chance on a slow developing play to double Crawford, who's got phenomenal speed and runs from the left side. This ball not hard hit, and then Crawford really turns it on. The Cubs more times than not this year have been able to turn double plays, but not with this guy going down the line. Now you have to watch Crawford and the stolen base.
And you have to watch Terry Shumpert pinch hit. He's 2 for 8 in that situation with 1 home run and 3 runs batted in. If Crawford can reach second, with his speed, a hit could untie this game. Al Levine and Lance Carter in the Tampa Bay pen. Crawford 1 steal tonight. He's 14 of 17 on the year, but Remlinger will have a real good look at him over at first base.
If they don't score, it'll be Al Levine. If they do score, it's going to be their closer. And we talked about Carter already being the non-overpowering type of closer. But he does have 11 saves and an ERA below 3.
One ball, no strikes. Milwaukee and the Mets were rained out, as was Boston and Pittsburgh tonight. Young Hung Kim's debut with the Red Sox pushed back a day at PNC Park. One ball, no strikes to Shumpert, no movement, and a big swing and a miss. The Angels drilled Montreal 15-4 in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Reds beat the Yankees 4-3. Cincinnati is surging. Juan Castro with an RBI single with 2 outs in the 9th. Reds 15th final at-bat win. And a capacity crowd of 41,827. First Yankee visit to Cincinnati since 1976, when the Big Red Machine swept them in the World Series.
You're going to see attendance for interleague play up a total of about 15%, and whether you like it or not, that's a pretty good total for increased attendance in a sport that desperately needs it.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And this is a time, if you're Lou Piniella, where you might not mind sending Crawford. This is that good changeup. When Mike is right, it's close to unhittable.
Two strikes. No movement at first. Shumpert just did stay alive.
Al Fonseca up in the bullpen for the Cubs. Levine and Carter for the Devil Rays. This is a game that the Cubs really have to have. The start of a 3-game series against a team you figure to beat at home.
It's been a struggle. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Missed the inside corner. Not a bad idea. 2-2 is your count. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th. Leary, Alu, and Choi are scheduled for the Cubs.
You'd have to figure here that Remlinger is going to go to that changeup, and if he keeps it off the plate away, he'll probably get Shumpert.
So the advantage now to Crawford. He will be moving. Choi is going to keep him as close as he can over at first. 2-2. We're in the 9th.
Take a look in at Damian Miller, who just checked in the game. That looks like the changeup. Keep it low and away.
Runner goes. Ball 4. Go ahead, run in scoring position now.
Now you've You've got Julio Lugo, who's a pretty decent hitter, although he hasn't shown it tonight. And the question for Dusty Baker is, do you go to Alfonseca or do you stay with Remlinger?
Lugo 0 for 1 against Remlinger. 0 for 2 against Alfonseca.
Regardless of where the outfield is positioned, they're straight away and not overly deep. It's going to be very difficult to cut down Crawford at the plate on a base hit.
I think Mike's better against right-handed batters, so you can understand the thinking for Dusty in this situation. But he missed with ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Closing in on 10 o'clock Central Time. 2-2 in the ninth. A lot of pacing in the Cub dugout. It has not been a good night. Even if the Cubs win this game, it has been a shocking night in Chicago.
Well, the Cubs in the middle of this homestand have averaged just a little over 2 runs per game. That's where they're at, and that makes every game like a World Series game.
They've been outscored 43-16 counting tonight. First 7 games of their longest homestand of the year.
Lugo showing some uncharacteristic patience.
Big gap left center field if he can pull a ball. If anything drops with Crawford's speed, he ought to be able to score. 2 balls, no strikes. Dangerous pitch. And he took it for ball 3. Left-hand hitting Marlon Anderson waiting on deck.
Coming into this ball game in 52 at bats, Lugo had only walked 3 times. He did draw a walk in the 2nd inning. He's in the driver's seat here, 3-0.
That one gets away, but it's ball 4 anyway. Bases are loaded now with 2 outs. And let's see.
Larry Rothschild's coming out. That means that Remlinger is going to stay in against Marlon Anderson. And Anderson is a pretty pesky hitter. Everybody in the infield coming in. They want to hear what Larry has to say about how they're going to work Anderson. And with the bases loaded, they'll know exactly where to play him.
So the entire infield meets atop the bump.
Well, Anderson has been one of these Devil Rays that's seen a lot of Remlinger. He's faced him 10 times, has a couple of hits.
And let's see, Jared Sandberg grabs a bat. How about this with Uncle Ryan Sandberg watching from the seats? The younger Sandberg comes on in the 9th inning apparently. He'll bat for Anderson.
And Sandberg comes in hitting an even 220, and this is his first pinch hitting appearance of the year. Only the 2nd time in his career that he's been used as a pinch hitter.
And I think his uncle decided to head home. It's a little chilly tonight. So Sandberg to hit, bases loaded with 2 outs. Sandberg a real good glove. The bat hasn't yet caught up. Bases full of Devil Rays. No place to put this man. And ball 1 from Remlinger. When we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, you'll see Sandberg go to 3rd. Easily he'll probably move over to 2nd base. That gives Piniella some flexibility the way his lineup card is constructed tonight. That's where the game resides at the moment. 1 ball, no strikes. Good patience. Ball 2.
Well, you know, you got one of the fastest men on this team at 3rd base. It might not come into play if Remlinger can't get the ball over the plate, and he's already walked 2 in a row.
Out of play to the right side. 2-1.
Jared Sandberg with the bases loaded has been pretty good. He's a big kid at 6'3", knocking at the door at 230 pounds. And he does have prodigious power. His problem has been making consistent contact.
Two balls, one strike. Took something off. Good pitch. 2-2.
Well, you'd have to believe that Sandberg, never having seen that straight change, would be mystified by it. And the fans here on their feet.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Got it. Tampa Bay leaves them loaded in the ninth. Cubs try to win it with O'Leary, Alou, and Choi in a 2-2 game.
Some people don't realize how many nonstop flights Southwest offers, so we created this simple color-coded map to help. Baltimore to LA is red, Phoenix to Raleigh-Durham, blue, Chicago to Seattle, yellow, LA to Austin, canary yellow, Orlando to Albuquerque, teal, Las Vegas to Houston, aquamarine, Buffalo to Phoenix, beige umber, San Jose to Baltimore, pistachio, Oakland to Chicago, sea green, Albany to Orlando, puce, Tampa to St. Louis, pinkish, New Orleans to San Diego, kinda green.
You are now free to move about the country.
Counting down.
Measuring traffic congestion. Here we go.
Tickets for the Rad Boys now on sale. Call now. Pick up the phone. Call now.
One concert could generate hundreds of thousands of calls in an instant. At SBC, if we can handle hurricanes, floods, and earthquakes, we can handle the Rad Boys. Ready for anything.
Hello? Any more tickets?
SBC.
Our new Ford Taurus is just an unbelievable value.
We've been looking at one with a power moonroof at no extra charge.
Well, Taurus did earn the government's highest safety rating.
It's roomier than the others we looked at.
We chose the 0% financing for 5 years.
Well, Ford's going to match our down payment up to $1,000 for a total of $4,500 down.
It is thousands less than the Accord or Camry, and it's got the power of a V6 engine.
I know. We're picking ours up today.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. These folks did.
2-2 as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning. Changes for Tampa Bay. Al Levine is on for the 16th time, and we'll see how good he's been for Uncle Lou Piniella.
Terry Shumpert stays in the game at second base. That'll leave Easley at third and Lugo at short, along with Travis Lee, as the Cubs looking for just one lone run. You might remember Al Levine with the Angels of Anaheim. Troy O'Leary will lead it off. Moises Alou in the on-deck circle.
Troy O'Leary 1 for 3. Back where it came from. There's the start. Leadoff single in the bottom of the ninth inning.
There's the winning run as Troy O'Leary takes it right back up the middle. And I'm sure O'Leary very familiar with Levine from his days with the Angels and O'Leary's days with the Red Sox.
Moises 0 for 4 tonight. Game. Alou shows a bunt. 1 ball, no strikes. Reds were winners. Cardinals were winners. Houston is losing 6-5 at home to Baltimore. Cubs enter play tonight, 1 game in front of the Astros.
Been a long time between sacrifice bunts for Moises, so he was probably saving up for this one. Going on 10 years.
Kim and Alou.
Let's hope that the Cubs don't need Joe Borowski tonight.
Florida pounded Oakland. We told you that 13-2. Braves beat Texas 6-5. Anaheim a big winner. 15-4 in San Juan. White Sox lead in Arizona 1-0 that game in the 6th. White Sox having a real tough road trip. 1 ball, no strikes to Alou. No sign of a bunt that time, and he takes ball 2 inside.
I don't think I would ask him to bunt, Chip, simply because this is a guy who really doesn't do it, and try to put him in a position to do what he does well, and that's hit the baseball. Does have a sinker and normally throws a lot of ground balls.
Which, as you know, here at Wrigley Field is what a pitching coach wants. Now he's in the driver's seat. You green light him 3-0.
I'd let him take this one. And then maybe go with O'Leary on 3-1, figuring Moises will make some contact.
Made him throw a strike, and throw a strike he did.
Let's see if this is the hit and run.
And the Cubs find a way to win this one in the 9th tonight. 3-1. Hot shot, full count, 3-2.
Sign of Wendell Kim, and Moises knows just exactly what, if anything, is happening with O'Leary at first.
Runner goes. Hot shot, base hit, left field. Winning run at second with nobody out.
I'm not sure I quite understand what the thought process at first was. We saw O'Leary take 3 steps and stop, meaning when the ball was hit, he was stationary. You're either going to go or you're not going to go. But the Cubs have done that a couple of times tonight, and that really isn't good base running. But with nobody out, the Cubs in business here in the 9th.
Nice night offensively for Choi. He has scored both Cub runs. He'll try to send home the 32,000-plus crowd in a real good mood tonight. Down a bunt, and it's a beauty. The catcher drops the ball, and they still got him at first. Wow, that was almost disaster, but Choi a great at bat. Moved him to second and third with only 1 out.
We told you that Hee-Seop Choi understands the fundamentals of this game, and here you take a look at a guy that's been a middle of the order guy his whole life, and he lays down a terrific bunt. Ball had just 1 play. He made it at first. So now the infield has to come in at all 4 positions with a winning run 90 feet away in the person of Troy O'Leary.
That means Martinez the hitter. He's popped out, grounded out, doubled homer run, and has been hit by a pitch. Infield in for Tampa Bay. Fly ball could win it. Backs him off the plate.
Well, if he falls behind, you wonder why Lou doesn't just walk him and take his chances with Damian Miller next. But now out comes Lou, who has patented the slowest walk to the mound in baseball.
Cubs have had base runners in every inning of this game. Yet somehow, some way, the Devil Rays pitching staff has been able to keep the Cubs run total at only 2 tonight. 13 men left in the first 8 innings tonight.
Well, you've got the outfield having to play shallow because they have to play at the depth where if they get a fly ball or a line drive, they can throw O'Leary out at the plate. And Lou now moves in Baldelli. And let's see if he has elected in the end to walk Martinez, who normally gets a bat on the ball.
Struggled with the bat of late. Let's see how Piniella plays it here. 1 ball, no strikes to the Cubs third baseman. Want to know your count. Good stop by Hall.
Well, that pitch around is really dangerous because you're not throwing him a strike, but you know, it's not like Ramon just came in the league. He pretty much understands what they're doing with him, and he's a guy that if you throw it in the zone is going to make contact. You run the risk of a wild pitch this way.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. They could have walked him. They throw a wild pitch, and the Cubs win it 3-2.
Not real good strategy there, and the Cubs win the ball game. And this is one they had to have. They got it. It wasn't pretty. They got the job done in the end, and this pitching staff for the Cubs has really worked wonders on this homestand because they've done it with very few runs.
The Cubs have scored a grand total of 17 runs on the homestand in 7 games. They win their third in 7 tries. They beat Tampa Bay in their last at bat by a final score of 3-2 with first base open. The Devil Rays try to pitch around Ramon Martinez. The wild pitch brings home Troy O'Leary with the game-winning run. There's no such thing as an ugly win, they say, but Stoney, this one threatened that axiom.
Well, the Cubs still hold first place, regardless of what's happened offensively. This club is resilient, and they'll come right back here tomorrow night, still possessing first place since April 15th.
So 3-2, Cubs put a win on the scoreboard. They're 31-25, Gale. Interesting night, crazy night, and plenty to talk about, I'm sure, on the post-game show.
Oh, you bet, Chip. A great win for the Cubs, but this one full of controversy. Sammy Sosa caught with a corked bat. We will have live reaction from Dusty Baker, Sammy Sosa, and the rest of the team. Plus, Dave Otto will explain why would you cork a bat. We'll also look at Mark Pryor's performance and more interleague play, well, from around the league. Let's send it back to Chip, though, first.
Hi, Gail. Thank you very much. Mike Remlinger wins this game in relief. Levine takes the loss. And the Cubs beat Tampa Bay by a final score of 3-2. All kinds of post-game analysis coming up. Sammy Sosa will address the media. Again, he was ejected after being found to be using a corked bat. Dusty Baker will join us as well from downstairs to discuss a very important Cub win against Tampa Bay. So for Steve Stone and our entire crew, Chip Carey, final score again. Cubs 3, Devil Rays 2. Stay tuned. The Fifth Third Bank Cubs postgame is coming up next.
Robert Jensen. Don Jones.
Could you widen out and get my Emily? We're gonna get one of those. We're just waiting for them to go on sale. That's great. Now zoom in on her.
You don't have to wait. With Circuit City's Price Match Plus guarantee, if you find a lower advertised price within 30 days of purchase, we'll give you back 110% of the price difference. Circuit City, we're with you.
Okay, you two do something. That's great.
And now with a late-breaking story, here's Suzanne.
Thanks, Tom. As the volcano continues to erupt, we take you live to correspondent John Ryland, who's at the scene. John, what's the situation?
Suzanne, as you can see behind me, the lava is covering an area of about 2 square miles. It's a bad situation, but I do have good news.
What's that, John?
I just saved a bunch of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Di Serrano Sour, Di Serrano Martini.
Di Serrano on the rocks.
Di Serrano on the rocks. Coming up.
Di Serrano's warm and sensual taste makes you wish it would never end. Di Serrano. Pass the pleasure around.
This one's good. This one's good.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds real good.
Comcast Digital Cable.
Joy.
Call now and upgrade to Comcast Digital Plus with up to 45 channels of music choice for $14.99 per month.
Hey,
Now this could change everything. Comcast.
It's the Cubs and Yankees' first showdown in 6 decades. An ESPN Classic will be broadcasting live from Wrigley Field before the big game. With special guests Ernie Banks, Ryan Sandberg, and Greg Nettles. Come to the corner of Waveland and Sheffield and join the live broadcast of our Chicago Cubs New York Yankees Roadshow. Starting at 4 p.m. Central, Sunday, June 8th, only on ESPN Classic.
Sportsnet Studios, we're breaking it down play-by-play, Fox style. This is the Fifth Third Bank Chicago Cubs Post.
They're looking to see what's in the bat, and they want to see if what's in the bat is really the bat or if there's anything in there that shouldn't be in there. And Chip, the only time I've seen something in there is if the bat is corked.
Welcome into the Fifth Third Bank Chicago Cubs Post. Gail Fisher alongside Dave Otto. Yes, the Cubs do win the ballgame 3-2, but unfortunately, I hate to say it, that may be a sidebar to a much, much bigger story, and that is that Sammy Sosa was ejected for using a corked bat. And we want to kick it right back out to Wrigley Field and bring in the Cubs broadcast team of Chip Carey and Steve Stone. A very bizarre and unfortunate incident tonight for Sammy Sosa. This could have big ramifications not only for Sammy but for baseball.
Well, certainly, Gail. It was a very crazy first inning, and let's send it downstairs to Dusty Baker, the manager of the Cubs. Dusty, what went through your mind when Tim McClellan came over with that fractured bat and what apparently was a piece of cork lodged inside?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how you guys could see that from up there. You know, what's going through my mind is I didn't know what had happened. You know, I know it was something wasn't very good, and then Tim came over, holding the bat and showing everybody, and they took the bat and confiscated it.
Yeah, we had a piece of video there, Dusty, that showed something of a darker color than the wood in the middle of that bat, and then the announcement was made upstairs in the press box that the umpires did find that in Sammy Sosa's bat, and consequently he was ejected from the game, and the run was taken off the board. That's how we were able to find out that something was amiss down on the field. But let's turn to the subject of the ball game. This ball club found a way to get a win against Tampa Bay. It wasn't pretty, but it sure was effective.
Well, I tell you, any win right now is effective and pretty, because we've been struggling for victories, especially the first game of the series, and it was unfortunate what happened early in the game, but our guys came back and played hard. Troy O'Leary got a couple of hits, hit the ball good. So, Troy did his thing. They helped us out some. We left a lot of runners on base, but we won the ball game. And Mark Pryor threw the ball well. Remlinger, threw the ball well. Dodged the bill, threw the ball well when he had to. And so, man, it was a hard-fought ball game. It was a tough but weird night.
Well, Dusty, you made the call to move Mark Pryor up, thus sliding Clement back, and now Pryor throws not only this game but against the Yankees. You got him on his normal rest. Is Clement going to be okay coming back tomorrow?
Well, we think so. I think we're actually going with Estes tomorrow, I think, and then Clement on Thursday. And so, yeah, I mean, we think he's going to be fine. We hope that the rest will help him, and, he can come back with the same arm speed that he had before.
Well, Dusty, obviously a strange night. Congratulations on the win. We appreciate your time. We'll see you tomorrow night. And, Steve, let's send it downstairs where Sammy Sosa is addressing the media after today's ball game.
It's bad. I used that bat for batting practice. I didn't use that in the game, and something that, I take the blame for. It's a mistake. I know that. I feel sorry. I just, apologize to everybody that I embarrassed. But, it's something that I wanted to say to you guys, and, I take the blame for it.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions, please. Jay?
Sammy, the fans seem to be the most disappointed, the ones we've talked to tonight. How can you make them believe that it truly was just a mistake? They're starting to say, well, what about the 60 home runs? What about all that power? Was it really real? There's doubt in their minds. What do you say to that?
That's what I'm here today. I mean, that's what I'm here right now, to explain that, that was a mistake. I know that, you know, right now anybody or somebody probably want to think whatever, you know, come through to their mind, but, you know, I just, you know, picked the wrong bat. I don't really need to use that. I've been breaking so many bats in my life that, you know, but when it's a mistake like that, you got to stood up and be there for it, you know. I know that I lost the fans, and they are being great to me. You know, it's a mistake, and I take the blame for it.
Sammy, depending on what Bob Watson decides to rule on this, you just want to wait and see what he rules, and then if he gives you a long suspension, might you appeal it to try to get it down? You just want to wait and see what happens?
I'd like to wait to see what happens first, and, you know, something that, you know, they got to deal with, our ball club. And first, another thing that I want to say, you know, my teammate, you know, picked me up tonight. They win the game. That's something that made me, you know, very, very happy and proud.
Sammy, what do you use the bat for, and what's the purpose of using a bat like that, even in batting practice?
Batting practice, just, you know, to put in the show for the fans, you know, nothing that, you know, is something that, you know, I like to make people happy, and you know, I do that in batting practice.
Do you have any idea how he got into the bat rack?
I just, you know, was, you know, trying to get ready and go out there and get ready for the game, and, you know, I just picked the wrong bat.
Sammy, did the Major League office, the commissioner's office, did they take any of your other bats from the clubhouse, and will you give them any of your other bats to prove your point?
They take all of them. All of them.
What do you say to the fans that were leaving today and calling you a cheater and saying they were very disappointed in you? The very same fans that were cheering for you all these years.
No question about it. It's a practice that we got to deal with. I understand that, you know, it's hard right now. It's something that, you know, meant to happen, but, you know, I just apologize. You know, that's the only thing that I can say from the bottom of my heart. I mean, it's something that they really understand if they been knowing me for so many times, you know, and, you know, I guarantee to you, and you know, I never use anything illegal, you know, so.
Sammy, what went through your mind when you saw that bat shatter? I mean, did you just think, oh no, I'm in trouble? That's the wrong bat.
Well, first, you know, when you're there trying to play the game, and, you know, something like that happened, made me feel bad because, you know, the whole team, you know, went to for moment, you know, that was kind of shock and a little hard, but, you know, and then they came by and fight and battle, but, you know, it's hard. I mean, especially a guy like me that I'm, you know, something that, you know, once again, you know, I feel bad, and something that, you know, I take the blame for, and, you know, I got to keep move on.
We'll take two more. Take a break.
Last one. You can't tell the difference between the cork bat and a real game bat?
Excuse me?
Are you saying that you couldn't tell the difference between a cork bat and a game bat?
I just said I just picked the wrong bat, sir. That's it.
Sammy, are they likely to find any other bats in the amount that they took tonight? Could there be another one in there?
No, sir. I just, you know, the Major League Baseball, they took all my bat, and you will see the difference.
Okay, we're going to get Dusty in here.
Well, Sammy Sosa, what he did tonight was wrong. He admitted as much. You've got to give him credit for being a stand-up guy. Now he throws his, asks for the mercy of the court, and we'll see what Major League Baseball decides to do after a very strange incident tonight at Wrigley Field.
It was, and you have to respect Sammy Sosa for facing the media and saying, look, it happened. There's nothing you can do about it. And now he's going to wait to see what happens with the league. He's not denying he did it. He's not denying it was a cork bat. He's saying it happens. It was a mistake, that he uses it in exhibitions, and he just happened to get caught using it in the game today. He said he didn't know that he was using it, so we take him at face value. But for the people who don't believe that the home runs he hit were real home runs, they were real home runs. And one of those things, it's a game that has seen it happen before, Chip. It's going to happen again. At least he stood up and said, I did it. I'll take the punishment.
It is, however, a black mark on Sammy Sosa. He was embarrassed by it, but like a man, he stood up and answered all the questions the media had to offer. And again, you have to give him credit for that in what tonight was a real unfortunate incident brought upon by a bad mistake using that cork bat, Gail and Dave.
Absolutely. Chip, Steve, thank you very much, and obviously more to come on this as Major League Baseball sorts it all out. Thanks a lot, guys, and we will see you again tomorrow night at Wrigley.
See you then.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about this, Dave, because unfortunately it is the big news. This not only has ramifications for Sammy Sosa and the Cubs, but also for baseball in general. And let's get your thoughts on this. Obviously, as a former player, you know the reasons as to why players might cork their bats. So for starters, why do players cork their bats?
Well, for one, a corked bat, the bat's going to be a little bit lighter, and the ball does travel a little bit farther with a corked bat. The other thing you can tell when somebody has a corked bat is the sound coming off the bat. And unfortunately, Sammy, on this at bat, his bat splits. And, you know, right away, Toby Hall behind the plate saw, you know, the bat, and there you can see it just a little bit. Although, you know, as far as a cork job, it wasn't a very good cork job because that cork is really pretty low on the bat. Usually, and we're gonna show a bat and how you do go about corking a bat. Usually it's a little higher up on the bat, and immediately he knows something's up there behind the plate. And then Tim McClellan, and how strange it is for Tim McClellan, the home plate umpire, to be on this particular case, because as you recall, George Brett in the Pine Tar incident, Tim McClellan was behind the plate for that. So unfortunately, there you see it right there, and that's really low on the bat. Most of the time it's a little higher up. I've got a bat here, Gail, that you can kind of show how exactly you cork a bat. Normally you want to have it corked, you know, just about that deep into the bat, and it looked like his was all the way down here. But what you do is you drill a hole right in the top of the bat, about 3/8 of an inch, because I'm a pitcher and we used to always screw around with this, okay? I wish I had my tool set. I got an awesome set of tools at home. Yeah, tools are fixed tools. But anyways, you drill it right through there, 3/8 of an inch, and then you get the sawdust out or whatever, and then you cut up little pieces of cork, and then you pound those in there. I mean, guys have done that. You know, obviously, you like to think that players don't use it in a game. Unfortunately, Sammy used it in a game today. But you throw the cork in there, and then you put a wood chip on the top, and then, you know, to conceal it. And then the ball does travel a little bit better. As far as Sammy, you know, I mean, that's just going to be that's going to be something. Major League Baseball took all of his bats, and we're going to see what happens with that unfortunate incident.
Yeah, Sammy admitted that it was his bat. However, he does not normally use cork bats in a game because it is illegal. He uses it in batting practice and some spring training games. So he has admitted to it being his bat. Now, this isn't the first time, Dave. There's been many instances of players being caught with cork bats. Albert Bell is one of the most notorious.
Well, one thing for sure. Now, Albert Bell, in this particular incident in '94, he was suspended for 7 games. It was originally 10. Upon appeal, he got 7 games. So you are going to miss Sammy for probably at least a week. And here's some of the other instances or incidences that it's happened. Billy Hatcher, and how strange it is for Billy Hatcher to be the first base coach today for Tampa. He was busted in '87. Chris Sabo, Wilton Guerrero, to name a few. One other person, Craig Nettles, he put super balls in his bat one time. He was the only guy, when he swung the bat, all the super balls flew out of his bat. He grounded out to third, short, and second all at the same time. Now, the one thing that we did see during Sammy's interview, and I don't know whether this is, you know, could be a case, but, you know, at the top of his bat, and again, Major League Baseball confiscated all of his bats, but at the top of his bat there was a C, and you know, I mean, I don't think that C is for Cubs. So maybe, just maybe, I don't know if we can get a better look at that, but you can see the C on the top of his bat. Maybe he just labeled one of his bats corked. You go into Major League Clubhouse, there's some guys that, you know, that have a corked bat that you just screw around with during batting practice. Every day during batting practice, pitchers, you know, have a competition in batting practice, starters versus relievers. And sometimes, you know, the relievers might cork a bat to try and win the game in batting practice. So hopefully that's the case.
If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. That's what you're going with now. Yeah. Sammy Sosa grabbed the wrong bat. That's what he has to say. He gets caught, though, and was ejected from the game. We'll see if a suspension will follow. Major League Baseball will follow up with this. And we will take a look at the highlights from this ballgame when we come back.
What's left of the shattered bat?
Introducing the new Nissan Murano. With all-wheel drive, spacious interior, and 245 horsepower. for your adventures in on-roading. In the desire to move ideas forward, printing in black and white has served us well. But color is more effective. The fly in the ointment: cost. Imagine a multi-function printer that gives you low-cost color without raising the cost of your black and white. The new Officio 1232 from Ricoh. Ricoh.
What do you want from an airline?
A good flying experience at a good fare.
No problem.
Brand new planes.
Gotcha. Just give me a low fare, Check. a seat assignment, Check. and get me there on time. Check.
Would that be so hard?
Honestly? No. ATA, an honestly different airline.
ATA has low fares every day, honestly, with no advance purchase or minimum stay, non-stop to your favorite destinations.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize again for the delay, but our gate is still not available. However, should we experience any excessive boredom here on the tarmac, disco balls will drop, and the sounds of Le Freak, C'est Chic will fill the cabin. Always be sure to get your groove thing on first before assisting others. Thank you for your patience.
Discover your inner spin-off responsibly. Cubs fans, still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this summer? Visit www.cubs.com and click on the ticket exchange. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out the ticket exchange at www.cubs.com or call 866-272-6614 for more information. That number again, 866-272-6614.
I'm sold. It's got to be the Explorer.
I agree. The smooth car-like ride and the great handling make me feel safer.
And look what I found. Explorer is the best pick by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety.
No wonder it's the best-selling SUV in America.
And the most trusted.
You know, the others just didn't come close to Explorer's handling.
The only decision left is the 0 for 60, or Ford matches our down payment up to $1,000 for a total of $4,500 down.
Let's go pick it up and we can talk about it on the way.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. This family did.
Fox Sportsnet Studios. We're breaking it down play-by-play, Fox style. This is the Fifth Third Bank Chicago Cubs post.
Welcome back to the Fifth Third Bank Chicago Cubs post. Gail Fisher and Dave Otto here. And yes, there was a Sammy Sosa incident. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. But there also was a game to be played tonight, and the Cubs come out on top. The first night of interleague play, Cubs in Tampa Bay. Let's take a look back at the highlights. Lou Piniella, Uncle Lou, back at Wrigley. Bottom of the first now, Mark Gonzalez already at first base, and Alex Gonzalez rips a two-bagger to right field. So men on second and third and no outs.
You know, Cubs with action early on. Good job. Gonzalez throwing that fastball up and in. Gonzo able to drive it the other way. And right away, you have the window of opportunity here, the Felco window of opportunity. And unfortunately, this is the play that we've all been talking about.
Yes, the corked bat. The umpires find something in Sammy Sosa's bat. The rule says he's automatically ejected, and the runners have to move back to where they were on base. So they have to take the run away from the Cubs. It's an automatic out for Sammy. He gets ejected, and Brudzy, they have to move back.
And then after that, Moises Alou flies out or pops up. Sammy Sosa no longer in the ball game, but yeah, the Cubs come back.
So no opportunity there for the Cubs. Top of the second now. The jam shot is going to score a couple of runs. So the D-Rays take advantage now, and they're on the board 2-0.
And Mark Pryor pitched his tail off. There was a wild pitch prior to that. Those 2 runs scored, but give the Cubs credit again for battling back in this ball game. Big double down the left field line, get the Cubs rolling in the 6th.
So Big Choice scores. It's 2-1 Tampa, but the Cubs are on the board. Bottom of the 8th now. Tom Goodwin takes the walk on 4 pitches, loads the bases, no out. Sweet Lou not happy with this. But Lenny Harris The double play ball. Julio Lugo can't turn it. It's 2-2 now. Tie ball game. Unfortunately, the Cubs couldn't finish them off. Corey Patterson on the 2-0 count. Grounds out to end the inning, and we're still tied. Top of the ninth now, bases loaded. Mike Remlinger in all kinds of trouble. Bases loaded. Jared Sandberg goes down swinging. Remy gets out of his jam. Bottom of the ninth now, 2-2. Runners first and second. He stopped Choi with the bunt. Small ball day. It's going to help the Cubs here.
Boy, great piece of bunting right there by Choi. Normally not a bunter, but that situation lays down a perfect bunt. And El Levine, with an open base, decides to pitch around, but by pitching around, he throws the wild pitch, and the Cubs, the resilient Cubs, with a big win.
3-2 is your final on that wild pitch, and he stopped Choi. A big day for him. He had a couple of hits. As you look at Crawford, 2 for 4 for the Devil Rays. Sammy Sosa, of course, ejected in the first inning for using an illegal bat. And Megan Mawicki caught up with umpire Tim McClellan.
It's amazing you were in the middle of the Brett game, and I believe you were on the crew for the Hatcher, were you not, in 87?
For what?
Billy Hatcher in 87?
I wasn't.
You were
in
the
AL then. I had.
No, that was the Nettles.
Albert Bell. I was part of the crew with Albert Bell and the White Sox. Yeah, I don't know. The strange bats follow me around, I guess.
Can you tell us what happened?
When Sammy hit the ball, his bat split, obviously, and the catcher picked up the bat and said, "Look at this," and kind of threw it at my feet. And I turned it over, and there was a small, probably $50 size piece of cork in the bat, right about halfway down the barrel head, I guess. And it was notched in there. I felt it obviously was cork. So I called the crew together to make sure, kind of reminiscence of what happened about 20 years ago with me, but I want to make sure with the crew that they knew it was cork, or that we all knew it was cork, and that what the rulings would be. And we all agreed that it was cork, and they'd have to be ejected, and that the runners would go back, and all action would be nullified.
What did Baker say?
Not at all, nothing at all. He looked at the bat, and I don't really remember him saying anything, to be honest with you. So he says what happens now? He says the run doesn't count, and I said no, all action's nullified. He said, is Sammy ejected? And I said yes.
Where is the bat now, and what's the next step?
Security took it. We had it in the locker room here, and Major League Baseball security, Kevin Hallinan, evidently called from New York, and a couple of security of Major League Baseball took it with them, and so I have no idea where it is right now.
Because of what happened with Bell's bat back in the day when somebody crawled through and took it, is there extra security on it now these days?
I don't think there's extra security. We have precautions and things that are done. We hid the bat and had somebody watching the locker room. But because of that, there are some things that we need to do or had to do, and we did those. But then security came down to me about an inning later and said that we're going to take the bat, that New York had called and said they want us to take the bat with us.
Where'd the other part of the bat go?
I don't know, because when I was looking at the handle of it with the cork in it, evidently the bat boy had that part of it, and I asked him where it went, and he said he handed it to somebody in the dugout, and I heard that somebody in the dugout flipped it up into the stands. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't have any idea. So some fan might have it. That might have been a ruse by the Cubs to get us off a track. So I don't have any idea. That's just what I heard.
Tim, go ahead. Tim, just to clarify for the public, when a situation like that happens, you have no choice then but to eject the player under the rules.
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely, yes.
So 606.
You know what? I couldn't. I know the rules, but I can't quote them number-wise.
As far as ejecting a player like Sosa, the magnitude of this type of player, I know you guys don't get involved personally with people, but you guys sure didn't look very happy about having to do it.
No, absolutely. With all the great things that Sammy's done, for the game of baseball, that ran through my mind. Exactly, that ran through my mind. I thought about, matter of fact, I said that to the crew, the ramifications of what's going to happen with this. and I didn't want to do it, but it was obviously the evidence was right there, and we got to go by the rules, and so we had to do what we had to do.
Just the one bat taken? Did you go into his locker room?
No, we didn't. We don't have anything to do with that. I just heard on the TV that they took all his bats. I can't believe they do that, to be honest with you, but I don't have anything. We just took the one bat. That was, you know, we just control what's going on in the game.
How did this situation, the way you handled it, differ from when Bell had his bat confiscated?
I'm not sure there was any difference, to be honest with you. What happened with Bell was that was just a suspected. I mean, they suspected that he had a corked bat. I think an old teammate was playing against him, and they said he's got a corked bat. So we didn't see any actual evidence. So at that time, our procedure was to take the bat, and then it would be x-rayed sometime after the game. And so we had it in our locker room to x-ray it later on. This one obviously is a little different because we had the evidence right in front of us.
Was there any more cork that sprayed onto the field or anything on the small?
Not that I know of. You know, the bat kind of shattered, and we were kind of watching the ball and the bat, you know, making sure everything. And then, like I said, Toby picked up the bat and said, "Look at this," and flipped it at my feet. And so I guess I was more cognizant of just that. I wish I'd have grabbed the other part of the bat, you know, just to have that as evidence. But I was looking at this part of the bat, and evidently the bat boy, like I said, grabbed the bat and took it to the dugout. Through no fault of his, he was doing his job. He didn't know what was going on.
During your winter trainings and your years as an umpire, are you guys trained on what to look for? And is this, I mean, for instance, there's the liquid form that this might be where it's injected through the top barrel of the bat.
I think, I don't want to surmise what he did, but it looked like that because it was far enough down the barrel where it couldn't be where he drilled it out and stuffed it with a cork. So I got to believe that he injected the cork, or he or whoever it was. I shouldn't say Sam because I don't want to indict him. But it had to be injected into the bat because it was so far down the barrel. And I'm not a scientist, so I would just guess that it was injected in the bat and then solidified.
Can you give us a time frame now how this might play out? I mean, obviously he has the right to appeal. You've been through this before. I mean, I know there's no set guidelines, but can it take...
You know what, I really don't know. I'll send in a report. I'll call in a report tonight to my supervisor of what happened. Obviously, he'll already know. And then I'll make a written report tomorrow before noon. I'll probably send it out tonight. I will make a written report tonight so that they'll have it first thing in the morning of my report. And then really it's up to Major League Baseball, Sandy Alderson, Bob Watson, Bud Selig of what they want to do and how fast they want to do it.
What was your first year in the big leagues, Tim?
My first year was 1983 under contract.
Okay.
Same year as the Pine Tar year.
So if he appeals, he can play under the appeal? Obviously.
Yes, as far as I know. That's really not my jurisdiction, but I would guess if he appealed that he would be able to play tomorrow night or whenever.
Just speaking of that first, you were a rookie umpire that year, and the guy almost came to attack you. It was a crazy incident, but you went by the rules, and you were right. I mean, there was no doubt about it. You had to feel good about that, even though you see this 20 years later.
Exactly. Back then, you know, Mr. McPhail, even when he overruled us, he said, though the umpires were technically defensible, which to me means we were right. You know, we went by the rules. It wasn't in the spirit of the rule to call George Brett out. So, you know, I can't rule on the spirit of the rules. I got to rule on the letter of the law. And here it was right in front of us.
How far did the handle go there from the plate when the catcher picked it up? Because
I think Sammy still had it in his hand, obviously, when the bat hit, and so it was just a matter of him flipping it back. Okay. So it had to be right in the area, vicinity of home plate. I know Toby didn't go chase it down, if that's what you meant. I think it had to be right now.
I think the other end went toward third, between third and short.
Yeah, I don't know where it went.
Thank you very much. That was tonight's crew chief, Tim McClellan, talking about the Sammy Sosa incident with the bat. Dave, you heard him describe how possibly the cork was injected into the bat. Might be a little bit different than your technique you were describing, where sometimes they drill the hole in the top. This might have been liquid injection?
Yeah, liquid mercury. But, Gal, you know, if this is something that Sammy has done, he doesn't do this. And the reason why, I mean, that was a brutal cork job, and I was kind of making light of it earlier, but, I mean, it was all the way down by the handle of the bat. If you're going to do it and you're going to do it the right way, you're going to do it more towards the barrel of the bat. So hopefully this is just a mistake on Sammy's part, and I think we have that again with Sammy's bat. And again, this is what I'm holding out hope for, that it was just something where he marked it, accidentally used the wrong bat. But you see there, I mean, that's not a very good spot if you're going to cork a bat.
You don't need it in the handle area.
No, you need it on the barrel of the bat where you're going to swing it. So, and there's the C on the bat, and hopefully that stands for cork. But unfortunately, the thing that really ticks me off about this whole thing is Sammy Sosa has had a terrific career, and there's no way that he has corked the bat in the past. 505 home runs. What's the difference? I mean, he hits the ball 450 feet. So he's a guy that doesn't need to cork. Maybe other guys do, but again, I've never, pitchers. I've seen pitchers screw around with cork, but I've never seen a hitter do that.
Well, Dave, I think that's the point that needs to be made here. This is going to be perhaps a major hit on Sammy Sosa's image. We heard the question posed to him. The fans are going to be highly disappointed. They're going to start questioning Sammy's 60 home runs. He's had 4 consecutive 50 home run plus seasons. He's had more home runs than any other player in a 9-year span, and suddenly now this is somehow tainted.
I wouldn't say tainted yet, Gail. And, that's the one thing when you talk to superstar players, pitchers always talk about, do you ever use sandpaper? Do you ever use pine tar? And I've talked to all the great pitchers about that, and they've said, no, I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to use that because that might taint my career. So I'm holding out hope that this is just an honest mistake by Sammy Sosa. He can serve a suspension and get on with his career because he's had an unbelievable career.
Well, we talked to Dusty Baker right after the game. Dusty appeared slightly upset, didn't really want to talk about the Sammy Sosa incident. However, he did face the media in the press conference, and we want to go to that now.
Man, I don't know. I never used a cork bat. I never wanted to get busted on nothing because those bullets I was hitting, I didn't want somebody to think that I was using something other than what's in my hands and in my forearms. So, like, I don't know what other sluggers did. I don't know what other guys did. I mean, you don't know what guys do, period. You know what I mean? I mean, you never know what anybody's doing until they get busted.
So the explanation, oh, it was just my home run contest bat, surprised even you.
I didn't hear that till you said it out of your mouth. I didn't hear that. Like I said, I didn't talk to him. I had a game to manage. Now, you guys heard the explanation before I heard the explanation.
And that's not what he said. He said it's batting practice.
Batting practice, okay.
There's a big difference.
What percentage of Major League players use cork bats?
Hey, man, I don't know. Dude, I don't know. I've never seen a cork bat. I've been in baseball 30-something years. I have never seen a cork bat. I've heard guys corking bats. I've heard guys putting incredible balls in bats. I've heard a lot of things, but I have not seen it.
Okay, we have Mark Pryor.
Dusty Baker will no doubt now go have a conversation with Sammy Sosa and get a full explanation from the Cub slugger himself. But Dave, what are the ramifications for this team? They have a 1-game lead in the NL Central. What are his teammates thinking right now? And does this somehow deflate the morale of the team?
No, well, it affects the morale of the team just because you're ultimately going to be without Sammy Sosa. Now, how long that suspension is going to be? I mean, we mentioned some of the other players that have been suspended in the past. Sammy will not be suspended immediately because there will be an appeal process. But I really think that Dusty hit it right on the head. Superstar players don't want to do something like that because that would taint their career. And as Dusty mentioned, but he hits rockets all over the ballpark. Why would you take that chance? So again, I hope this is an honest mistake.
Big news on the first night of interleague play and a lot of other action going on from around the league, and we're going to bring some of those highlights to you when we come back.
Has hit another home run with great grand opening deals to celebrate 2 new Volkswagen locations on brand new 2003 new Beetle convertibles and the brand new 2003 Volkswagen Jetta GLS at the 2 new Larry Roche Volkswagen Superstores on Grand Avenue in Bensonville and 159th Street in Orland Park.
Di Serrano Sour, Di Serrano Martini.
Di Serrano on the rocks.
Di Serrano on the rocks. Coming up.
Di Serrano's warm and sensual taste makes you wish it would never end. Di Serrano. Pass the pleasure around.
My name is Marty Flanagan.
Susie Blau.
Jennifer.
And I flew on.
I flew.
On American Airlines.
American.
For $84.
63 bucks.
102. 74. $129.
cars. And because it's American, I got Advantage miles. I got Advantage miles that actually go somewhere that I want to go.
Like Rome. I'd love to go to Rome.
Hawaii.
Next time, get a great low fare and a lot more airline.
See for yourself.
See for yourself. I did.
I did.
I did.
I did.
Your old windows giving you a workout? Replacing them's as easy as calling 1-866-4-FELDCO. All Feldco replacement windows are custom made and custom installed, always at a great price. 100,000 customers like our style. Tired of wrestling windows?
I'll take the phone now.
Call 1-866-4-FELDCO for a free estimate. Feldco replacement windows. Showrooms north and south.
It's that time of year again. North side versus south. Neighbor versus neighbor. Cubs versus Sox. To make sure we're all rooting on a full stomach, McDonald's is bringing back the tangy and juicy McRib sandwich. And when you make it an extra value meal, it's just $2.99. Also available a Cubs Sox Collector Cup. Hey, with a deal like this, does it really matter who wins? Just kidding.
Jump when you can fly? Why leave when you can make an exit? Why slip when you can slide? Why just drive when you can change the way you move through the world? The V6 Nissan Altima.
Fox Sportsnet Studios. We're breaking it down play-by-play, Fox style. This is the Fifth Third Bank Chicago Cubs host.
Welcome back to the show. You know, Dave, I don't want you to break out your awesome set of tools, but your explanation of how to cork a bat, I mean, where are the formulas, like force equals mass times acceleration?
E equals MC squared. All cork does is makes the bat lighter and the ball flies out. It press like cork, like, you know, like a cork board or whatever. And
I think I get it now. Yeah, I think I get it. Okay, more interleague play. Let's take an ATA fly around the bases. And we're going to start with the A's and Marlins. Bottom third, 1-0 Marlins. Mike Lowell, the 3-run home run to left field off of Mark Mulder. Number 17 for him. It's 4-0 Marlins. Oakland having a very rough night. Ivan Rodriguez pops up. I've got it. You've got it. No! No! That's a Keystone Cop move right there.
Boy, and you don't see too many times Mark Mulder getting his hair blown back.
No. Again, Lowell takes one deep to left. The 3-run home run, his second of the game. 13-2, Marlins win it. Yankees, Reds now. Bottom of the 6th, 3-1 New York. Andy Pettit's pitch gets away from Jorge Posada. Adam Dunn is going to score on that. It's 3-2 Yankees. The heads-up play by Dunn. Jason LaRue still up. Slow grounder. Pettit makes the throw. Oh, hits the helmet. Ken Griffey Jr. scores, and we're all tied up at 3 apiece. Bottom 9 now, still 3-3. Juan Castro. Base hit down the line. LaRue is going to score, and the Reds win this one by 1, 4-3 is your final. All right, despite the controversy at Wrigley, baseball was played. Cubs get game 1 of this series. Sean Estes will take the mound for the Cubs in game 2 tomorrow. We'll look at that matchup when we come back.
Fifth Third Bank Cubs Post is brought to you in part by Fifth Third Bank. Fifth Third, working hard to be the only bank you'll ever need. And by Saab. Welcome to the state of independence.
Rates are so low. Rates are
so low.
Fifth Third Equity FlexLine rates have never been
so low.
With rates this low, you can remodel that room or build your dream kitchen. Fifth Third Equity FlexLine will be music to your ears. It's another great performance, backed by the strength, stability, and convenience of Fifth Third Bank.
Rates are
so low.
Working hard to be the only bank you'll ever need.
There's a state where the national pastime is the game of what if.
What if all cars were turbocharged? What if innovation were the official currency? Saabs are made in a state of independence, where freedom is held as tightly as the road. Welcome.
The turbocharged Saab 9.3 linear sports sedan. Available in the state of Independence for as low as $299 a month.
The phenomenon that rocked the world has come back to save it. Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, rated R, starts Wednesday, July 2nd.
In the desire to move ideas forward, printing in black and white has served us well. But color is more effective. The fly in the ointment. Cost. Imagine a multi-function printer that gives you low-cost color without raising the cost of your black and white. The new Officio 1232 from Ricoh. Ricoh.
Baseball's most storied franchises. The sport's most magical setting. The game you've waited your whole life to see has arrived. Sammy Sosa leads the Cubs against Derek Jeter and the Yankees in the most anticipated interleague showdown ever.
It's an event 65 years in the making.
And if you don't have a ticket, the only place to see the Cubs and Yankees on Friday is Fox Sports Net.
We asked for it. We have got it.
Here's what's on deck for the Cubs continuing the series with Tampa Bay. Catch Game 2 right here on Fox Sports Net tomorrow, Wednesday, starting with the pregame show at 6:30. In come the Yankees this weekend, a huge series. These two teams have not played each other since the 1938 World Series. And we will have some blowout coverage on Friday, starting with the pregame show at 1:30. Sean Estes takes the mound for the Cubs tomorrow. A rough outing for him, his last time out. But before that, Dave, he was actually on a roll.
You know, Sean Estes, he's outstanding when he gets his breaking ball over for strikes. And really, the Astro hitters last time against him, where he gave up 8 runs, laid off his breaking ball, got some fastballs and some pretty good counts. And Ensberg drove the ball the other way. Brad Osmus, this really broke Sean's back last time. The whole key for Sean, get that breaking ball over for strikes and establish that fastball inside. That gets guys off of his changeup and his fastball away. But you got to get the ball inside. There was a case right there where Biggio lays off his breaking ball.
And you see Victor Zambrano will toe the rubber for Tampa Bay tomorrow. Sammy Sosa, the big story of this ball game. I think, Dave, everyone sort of wants to know where they go from here. I think Major League Baseball will investigate and have a hearing. I'm assuming there could be appeals. So right now, Sammy Sosa probably won't be looking at a suspension, at least for maybe a few days or a week. You know, the most sobering thought of this whole thing is Sammy doesn't, you know, that was just hopefully that was just a separate incident, and Sammy will serve his suspension ultimately, and the Cubs can get back going. They're swinging the bats well. All right, we will see you again tomorrow night at 6:30. Thanks for watching, everyone.
I'm looking for a wallet.
Ah, celebrating high school graduation.
No, I dropped out.
哦，星啊，呢個友仔要買荷包啊！
係佢樣，眼碌碌好似馬騮星咁。係啊，真係可惜啊！中學都畢唔到業。我翻嚟啦，係。
Isn't it a little small?
Go to OperationGraduation.com.
Remember the feeling of so many great choices for so little? Get that feeling again at Century Tile, where you can choose from 10,000 styles and patterns of flooring at Chicagoland's lowest prices. And now Century Tile offers professional installation too. When you think of tile, think Century Tile.
I hope that they will be guided by what was in that locker when they cleared the stuff out.
Score of people back here. Is it possible to speak louder?
I'll do my best.
Andy, the trust factor, despite the the decision today. The long-term trust factor may be in doubt with Sammy. How do you think that that's going to play out? Are you concerned about it?
Well, I think we'd all acknowledge as a practical matter that there is going to be, just like other episodes with other cork bats, whether it be Albert Bell or Billy Hatcher, it's not something that you can reasonably expect is going to go away. It's not going to go away. It may fade over time, but it's going to be something that we all remember. There's probably been enough ink devoted to this subject already to float a freighter, and that's not going to go away in our society today. I do think that any objective analysis is going to indicate that it should not detract from his achievements. I've seen a lot of broken bats over the 8 1/3 years that I've been with the Chicago Cubs here, unfortunately, from Sammy Sosa, and that's the first time I've ever seen cork come out of one. So I think those that try to jump to the conclusion that all the numbers are tarnished are not being objective.
Andy, depending on whatever Major League Baseball fines or rules, will the Cubs as an organization take any kind of action against Sammy?
No, this type of thing is clearly within the domain of Major League Baseball.
Andy, has Sammy told you how long he had a batting practice cork bat and who corked it?
No, I do not. You know, he came here and answered the questions yesterday, whatever questions there were, and I'm not aware of the answer to those things.
Andy, for the uninitiated, can you explain, as far as the investigation goes, does Major League Baseball look at all into the equipment process for the club at large, or do they focus only on the player himself? Can you explain kind of how players obtain their own bats and that kind of thing?
Major League Baseball can come in here and do whatever they think is appropriate, particularly when it comes to the integrity of the contest. So they have a free rein as to do whatever they think is determined.
And what have
they were in here right away, so I'm not sure of the scope of it. I know they cleaned out the 76 bats that were in Sammy's locker.
But they haven't looked at the overall equipment situation again.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what they would look at, to be honest with you.
Andy, when you first heard about this, what was your reaction?
I went to Major League Rule 606 and read, you know, just what the consequences would be. I hadn't had the benefit of remembering the Nettles and that, you know, the Hatcher and the Albert Bell and all that, so I was trying to see what would happen after that. Obviously, the umpiring crew did exactly what they should have done. They didn't allow the play, and they ejected the player, which is in black and white. What I was really reading on was trying to see what happens after that.
Andy, in all your years in baseball, have you seen or heard of this type of thing before, where one player may use a cork bat for batting practice and not in the game, or is that a new one on you last night?
Well, it doesn't surprise me. As I said earlier, there are certain aspects of Sammy. Sammy is there was a poll conducted by Major League Baseball recently where the most popular player in the game was Sammy Sosa, and it doesn't surprise me that Sammy does things. You know, he makes an effort to appease the fans, so that aspect of it did not come as a surprise to me at all.
Andy, in your opinion, how is it going to hurt the game, if it will?
It's one of those things that we live. You know, we live in a sport that, thank God, garners a lot of attention, and this has garnered a lot of attention. And like many things, you know, until the next story comes along, but you know, it's going to have legs. It's a distraction. My experience in baseball teaches me if you're the type of person that can be distracted, you are going to be distracted. There are many things surrounding this ballpark, God knows, that are distracting. And if you are of a mind to be distracted, you can be distracted. If you are focused on what your job is, that will not be an issue.
Andy, can you talk about how the home run has changed over the last 8 or 9 years in baseball, how it's changed the game, and even our focus as far as covering home runs more than we do anything else in the game?
Well, there's been a culture shift in baseball where it used to be that if you struck out 47 times over the course of the season, the likelihood is you led your team in strikeouts. Today, the strikeout doesn't have nearly the cultural negative effect that it used to within the players themselves. Strikeouts represent about 20% of the outs that people make today. So we've got people swinging for home runs, bigger, stronger players playing in smaller ballparks that are swinging for home runs when the count's 1-2, which was unheard of 30, 40 years ago. So I just think we've become, and unfortunately, you know, we're part to blame in management because we've generally rewarded the player that hits the home run more so than we've rewarded players that might have gotten a ground ball to second base to move a runner over to third with 1 out in the 8th inning.
And you said when it happened last night, you read the rule. I mean, now that you've had some time to think it over, anger, disappointment, what's your emotional reaction to this?
You know, I would rather it not have happened. Clearly, it's, you know, this was not exactly how I was planning on spending my day at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's not my favorite activity, but, you know, so I would have preferred it not happen. That's just the way it is.
Any violation of ethics clause in his contract, anything like that come up?
No, and I would think, you know, to me, ethics is you know, my view would be it's a stretch and you're reading more into it or not. Well, whether we like, independent of this episode, let's all acknowledge that there is a culture of deception that's been in this game since this game started. You know, whether it's a guy with binoculars and the scoreboard trying to steal the catcher sign and coming up with some light system to notify the hitter, or whether it's a pitcher scuffing a ball. You know, we've got pitchers in the Hall of Fame that would tell you they scuff balls. You know, this has been part of the game for 100 years. To me, you know, we've outgrown it. It doesn't make sense. The crime is not nearly worth the punishment in the event you're caught. And I'd hope we would grow out of it eventually. But I do not look at this, you know, in terms of, you know, ethics. It is a culture of the game, you know, and I would hope that we would get away from it, but it is what it is.
Andy, would you be shocked if the penalty is greater than the past precedent?
I think that the penalty, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be a determination of what was in those other 76 bats. If there's evidence of tampering in those additional bats, then you can look for a stronger penalty. I would hope that if there isn't, that, you know, the story would be validated, and the fact that he apologized, came forward with exactly what happened, I would hope that would be taken into account. But again, that's going to be the decision in Major League Baseball.
Andy, did you talk to Sammy?
I have not talked to him yet. You know, did not talk to him yesterday. He had enough on his mind, and I thought it probably was more appropriate just to represent the club here this afternoon, but obviously I will.
If he is suspended, do you expect to appeal?
It would depend on the length of the suspension. I mean, and honestly, it is the player's decision. It's really not, you know, we can try to influence the player's decision, but it is the player's decision.
Obviously, you have the Yankees coming in, and a lot of people expect to see him in that series.
Right, and I would think, would be my view, I don't know what the penalty would be. I guess I can say theoretically if there would be a penalty, but what the penalty would be, and I would hope that, you know, generally an appeal you got a chance of reducing the sentence, so an appeal makes sense just as a practical matter.
Do you expect him to play tonight?
That's up to Dusty Baker as to whether he plays or not. I hope he's in the lineup today.
Andy, the bigger picture is the team itself. Can you talk about how you hope the team responds to this? Obviously, you were happy to see them come back yesterday and win that.
Well, we're the most improved team in baseball right now. We're in first place. It's June. Those things are all good. You know, speaking to Dusty today, I think he feels like there's much more in the tank than what we've shown up to this point. We're in a very hotly contested division with several good teams that we have to compete with. We've only played a third of the season. We got a long way to go. We're not a perfect team. The days of perfect teams are probably ended in 1927 with the Yankees. You know, so there's a lot to be done over the course of the season, but we, by and large, were satisfied with where we are at the present time. And as I talked earlier about distractions, it's been my experience here that there's plenty to distract a ball player in this ballpark under, you know, in any season, at any time, just by what's going on around you, you know, outside the environs of the ballpark. And if you are distracted, you will find a reason to be distracted. I know this isn't going to help.
Who gets the word on any decision of final? Do you get it? Does Jim get it? Does Sammy get it? Or?
I don't know. I think there's some people coming in today, and I don't know exactly what they're going to do, you know, how they're going to do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, if you've just joined us, you've been listening to a news conference from Wrigley Field that was a very calm, a very composed, and a very Straightforward speaking, Andy MacPhail, Cubs president, talking about this court controversy involving Sammy Sosa. He began, just to update it briefly for you, by saying that part of the game for Sammy, as we all know well, has been to entertain the fans in many ways. But also he made it very clear right at the front that the club as an organization did not approve of this kind of behavior, of cheating of any kind. Basically, he said that, like everybody else, he's waiting to get the verdict from Major League Baseball as to what's going to happen. And that is going to come after it's decided if any other of Sammy Sosa's bats were tampered with. He said two things that I don't know about you, gave me a bit of a start, namely that 76 bats, 76 were removed from Sammy Sosa's locker during the game. And in fact, it was a bit ironic that Major League Baseball security was actually on the scene because of an upcoming game, so they rushed right to the spot and were there instantly. And the other thing is that he said that surprised me a slight bit was that the culture of deception, and he kind of acknowledged this up front, the culture of deception, he said, has always been in this game from the very start for 100 years. Let's go to CBS 2's Mike Adamle, who's live at Wrigley Field with Antonio Mora. And I know, Mike, you couldn't hear all of those comments, but you and I were talking today a little bit, as many people were in Chicago, about this so-called culture of deception. There kind of has been the mantle that's hung about this game a bit.
Well, Marianne, I think the biggest thing Andy MacPhail touched upon is what a possible distraction this could all be. And as long as Major League Baseball deliberates on whether or not Sammy was indeed guilty last night of having cork in his bat, they know that, or he had cork in his other bats, how long they wait to levy a suspension or a fine is going to determine the length of that distraction, I think, Antonio.
But it's interesting that he brought up the whole issue of the culture of deception, which in a way is surprising, because we do know that deception has been out there. Gaylord Perry, we all assume, used spit on his balls. He was famous for using spitters, and there are many other people that technically have done things with, corked bats, pine tar on the bat that's illegal. There's been a lot of that out there. But for an important baseball executive to bring up the fact that baseball has lived a culture of deception seems like an extreme statement to me.
Yeah, and just to crawl into the player's mind a little bit, this has been a very difficult year for Sammy Sosa, not the kind that he's accustomed to. The home runs haven't been there. You remember that he was beaned back in April by the Pirates. He went on the 15-day disabled list. A lot of time as a player, when you're injured, you feel like a pariah. You feel like your teammates don't care about you anymore, and you may start to press when you come back. You want to do more for this team, and clearly Sammy's a little rusty, still hasn't overcome that yet.
Right. He comes back from the injury and he strikes out even more than he usually does. It was really, he had 5 strikeouts in one game at one point. And didn't he change bats? This is where I wonder about whether Sammy's being disingenuous about whether he knew that the bat was the wrong bat or not, because he did change bats. He had a blond wood bat, which was the one he was normally using, and he switched to a darker bat.
Against the Astros and switched to a different bat, which I think raised a lot of question among the minds of the media and a lot of the Cub fans, quite frankly. And they're trying to give Sammy the benefit of the doubt. And I think Andy MacPhail spoke volumes for about how this team feels about him and how his teammates feel about him.
But what about his reputation in the long term? That's the big question that I have. And we do have these 76 bats, which I assume they'll do something to and figure out whether there's any cork in there. There are bats at the Hall of Fame that they can look at too. There are a lot of bats out there that they can examine to see whether he has any kind of pattern of having cork in the bats, correct?
Yeah, interesting sidebar story. Grant DePorter, who is the manager of Harry Carey Restaurant, has a Sammy Sosa bat from 1998 where he hit one of his milestone home runs. I'm not exactly which one for sure, but he said he sent it to Thorax Hospital for an x-ray and it came back negative, no cork. So I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to try to keep Sammy's integrity intact.
And MacPhail made an important point too, that Sammy is a guy who breaks a lot of bats. And despite the fact that he breaks a lot of bats and that we've seen a lot of broken bats picked up off the field over the years, they've never found cork in any of those bats.
True about that. One thing about Major League Baseball, this is the first time that the commissioner's office has investigated a corked bat incident. The last time it happened to Wilton Guerrero in 1997, there was a National League and American League president. Back at the time, National League president Len Coleman, he oversaw that investigation. So I think Major League Baseball wants to take its time, wants to be very thorough before they hand down any suspensions or levy any fines.
But what happens if they do look at those bats and they find other bats that are corked?
Then you're getting a whole other ball game, and I think that the integrity of Sammy Sosa is going to be very much in question.
Marianne, you had a question?
Yeah, I was wondering, Mike, you know, Andy McPhail made reference to the fact that maybe you don't get such a big advantage from a corked bat anyway. So you know, the benefit that you would get would be so small compared to the penalty that you'd have to pay. I mean, is this kind of an illusion that we've been living with all this time, that maybe corked bats really give you an advantage when in fact they don't?
Well, you know, there's this impression by some fans that the cork inside the bat may act as sort of like a springboard, if you will, to make the baseball kiss off the bat and travel farther distances. That's not the case at all. It has everything to do with how fast you can swing that bat, how quickly you can get around. And when you're facing a pitcher who throws a 97, a 98 mile an hour fastball, you want to have that bat speed, and that's what a corked bat allows you to do. Whether or not, I don't think it's been scientifically proven that that's effective.
There are a bunch of physics professors that have been weighing in on this and that have weighed in on this in the past. And the sense that I get from what I've read is that they're talking about maybe a 1/2000th of an improvement over the bat that's not corked. We're talking about maybe a little bit more than an ounce that it lightens the bat, and there's actually some argument as to whether the lighter bat actually hurts a home run hitter, and they really won't be able to hit it any further with the cork in there. So that is an important question: is this much ado about nothing? On the other hand, Marianne, one thing we do have to think about is the reality is it is illegal. Whether it helps them or not, it's against Major League Baseball rules for him to be using a corked bat. So why did he have one in any position where it might be mistaken for a legitimate bat is an important question to ask today.
Again, earlier we talked to several, I know Mike Parker, one of our reporters, talked to Ron Kittle and Ryan Sandberg, and they said that it's pretty common to have corked bats in batting practice for teams. Again, they use it as a training tool to help them get around faster on the pitches.
And well, you also have one other aspect, whether or not it helps from an actual physics point of view, it might help psychologically. Here you've got a guy who comes back from being injured, who is striking out right and left, who was in a slump even before he got injured, and he might think, well, this will help me, and he goes out there and uses the bat thinking that it will, and it might, because we all know how much the mind is a part of this game, as Yogi Berra once said, in a colorful way.
About 80% physical and 20% or 30% mental or
something along those lines.
All right, Mike and Antonio, we want you to stand by. We understand Dusty Baker, Cubs general manager, is going to be making some comments, and we're going to join those live as soon as he makes them. In the meantime, we're going to break away for just a minute, but our continuing coverage of this cork controversy with Sammy Sosa will continue in just a moment.
You want to go to the dentist. You go to one tomorrow. But which one? Not to some name a friend jots down on a napkin, and definitely not to some random dentist you find in the phone book. I mean, you want information, some sort of screening, a chance to ask questions about their background. Maybe you haven't seen these commercials, but that's what we do here at 1-800-DENTIST. One phone call, everything you need to find a great dentist that's been pre-screened for you by us. So call us today.
You can store all this at Public Storage and pay just $1 for the first month's rent. You can store all this at Public Storage and still pay just $1 for the first month's rent. You can even store all this at Public Storage and still pay just $1 for the first month's rent. Call 1-800-44-STORE now. Offer ends soon.
Hey, Mom. How was school today? Oh, I got my test back. How'd you do? Here.
This moment brought to you by Sylvan Learning Center.
I studied hard, but I'd freeze on tests. Sylvan helped me change that.
We call our approach the Sylvan Advantage. It's individual attention from highly trained and certified teachers, plus progress reports for you.
Now enrolling for summer. Call 1-800-EDUCATE today.
And we welcome you back to this special report on the Sammy Sosa corked bat controversy. Just a few minutes ago, we heard Cubs president Andy McPhail say the entire club is waiting to see what the verdict of Major League Baseball is going to be. Some 76 bats are being inspected to see if they were tampered with in any way. And what happens to Sammy Sosa will be dependent on what the investigators find and what the security people find as they, in fact, looked at those bats. Andy McPhail said it was his hope and his expectation expectation that there would be a less severe penalty, although he acknowledges that having a cork bat there and using it in the game was wrong and something that certainly the Cubs could not sanction. Sammy Sosa, as you might imagine, and perhaps you saw last night, was very embarrassed and apologized for what happened. He was pulled from the game immediately, but afterwards he spoke to reporters and he admitted that he let down many of his fans. Let's listen now to some of what Sammy Sosa said last night.
First, I just want to apologize first to my teammates, the fans, and Commission of Baseball, Major League Baseball. What happened today, and that was something that meant to happen. I just took the wrong bat and went out there, and didn't happen. It's bad. I used that bat for batting practice. I didn't use that in the game, and something that I take the blame for. It's a mistake. I know that. I feel sorry. I just apologize to everybody that I embarrassed, but it's something that I wanted to say to you guys, and I take the blame for it.
That was Sammy Sosa talking to reporters last night following the conclusion of the game. Sammy's explanation was, as perhaps you've heard by now, and I'm sure you have, that he picked up the wrong bat, and that in fact was a bat that he used in batting practice. Let's go back out to Antonio Mora now, who's at Wrigley Field, and Mike Adamle, excuse me. Cubs manager Dusty Baker said last night that he hoped deep down in his heart that whatever it was, it didn't tarnish Sammy's career in any way, and I think that's the big question. All the sports writers today, and it kind of gives you pause when you say, what message does this send to all the little kids that are sitting out there by television sets holding their baseball gloves, Mike? We all think about that today.
It's difficult to believe, Mike, I don't know if you agree with me, that this won't tarnish his career in some way, because it certainly raises the question, did he know, even if this is the only bat he ever corked, there will always be the question of whether he pulled that bat knowingly last night and used it, which is obviously something that's illegal. So I think that the question of how tarnished his reputation will be is something that will be determined over the next few days. But I think that the fact that his reputation has to be tarnished at least a bit is certainly something that's already happened.
Well, in this day and age of videotape and DVD and TiVo, our lasting memories of Sammy Sosa 10 years from now, if last night had not happened, would be him hugging Mark McGwire, the great home run derby that they waged way back when, or several years ago, I should say, and him hitting his 500th home run. Now the lasting image will be that broken bat.
Right. This will always be something we'll see whenever Sammy Sosa is talked about, Marianne.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, and I think a lot of we took a lot of phone calls today on our news at 11 o'clock, as did the early morning news, and a lot of people were hoping very much that people would give Sammy a break. Are we going to now? We do have, okay, we're waiting for Dusty Baker to come and address reporters. We're going to break a break for just a couple of minutes. We'll continue coverage of the Sammy Sosa corked bat controversy as we hear from officials with the Cubs in just a moment.
Tonight, after 48 hours investigating.
Would have run out to the field, grabbed the barrel of that bat, and gone inside the dugout. Not only that, think about it, Joe. How many years have we watched Sammy Sosa go out there and play the game? Who knows how many bats he's broken?
Yeah.
And never once has this been an issue before.
Well, you knew the catcher. He laid it right on home plate right there, and the umpire just looked at it, and right there, and Sammy already ran past it. I mean, if he would, like I said, if he would have known he was using that bat, he would have been picking it up right away. He wouldn't even have made it to first base.
And I heard Toby Hall, the catcher for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays yesterday. Thanks for the phone call, Joe.
Yeah, thank you.
And Joe Hall said that, Toby Hall, said that he really didn't give it to the umpire, but then I heard the umpire today. They look at Sosa as this superstar, as someone that everyone looks up to in baseball, and a youngster like Toby Hall didn't want to become involved in such a controversy involving one of the stars of baseball. He claimed that he had nothing to do with it, but he obviously took the bat and made the home plate umpire aware of what had happened. Again, we're going to take your calls throughout the show, 630-575-8255. We hope to hear live from Wrigley Field Andy Mazur from WGN Radio. So stay with us. We're going till 5 o'clock. Also, weather and traffic on the ones, as we always do here on CLTV. More of this special edition of Sports Page after this.
A father's absence has a serious effect on a child. Studies show fatherless children are twice as likely to drop out of school and 11 times more likely to exhibit violent behavior. I'm Jeffrey Loving. I'm an attorney who concentrates on protecting fathers' rights. Fathers know your rights and know that visitation interference is now a crime in Illinois. To learn more about your rights as a father, call 312-356-DADS.
Time for today's Bally Total Fitness tip.
Boxing is a great way to promote cardiovascular endurance as well as to tone and define. 3 basic movements you can try are the jab, the uppercut, and the hook. By doing these combination movements, you can promote agility and skill. Try to switch sides. That way you don't work out one side more than the other. The best way to try it is with a fitness professional, such as a personal trainer or a kickboxing instructor.
What you are going to see over the next 30 seconds are my results from the Bally Total Fitness 30-day makeover, an intense combination of diet and exercise designed to get dramatic results fast. If you like what you're seeing, call Bally at 1-800-FITNESS to sign up now and see how far you can get in just 30 days.
Call Bally now and pay just $5 to start and get 6 months free of dues.
First Federal Auto Auction, conveniently located at 63rd and State, has been offering Chicagoland the best selection of cars for over 10 years. Choose from over 300 cars, trucks, and vans, all makes and models to fit every budget, with warranties available. Place your bid in our indoor auction hall every Saturday and Wednesday, rain or shine. First Federal Auto Auction, 63rd and State, just east of the Dan Ryan, the largest public auto auction in the Midwest. First Federal Auto Auction.
Max Gerber Incorporated proudly introduces the House of Villeroy & Boch, Europe's leading producer of distinctive bath fixtures and ceramic tile. Villeroy & Boch combines traditional styling with a contemporary flair. It's a sensational collection you simply must see. Villeroy & Boch is just one of the top names in plumbing fixtures, faucets, ceramic tile, bath furniture, and accessories featured in our newly remodeled showroom. From traditional to contemporary, Max Gerber.